From the top of Wologisi to the beaches of Maryland, we cover Liberia like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South, man. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of the session. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to trust Spoon, you trust Spoon, you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just don't trust Spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't trust Spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, don't trust Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't trust Spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't trust Spoon. Yeah, don't trust Spoon. Yeah, don't trust Spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, don't trust Spoon. Yeah, don't trust Spoon. Every Ike man, Regina, my brother, don't trust Spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon radio, don't trust Spoon. Yeah, don't trust Spoon. You want to get a news update, don't trust Spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What you want? Yes, somebody.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, somebody.
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba-da-ba-di-ba-di-ba.
Spoon.
Kidi-di-di-da-ba-do.
Spoon entertainment.
Kua. Go to there. Kua, go to there.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be better. Spoon, spoon,
Yes, I took party there.
spoon, station.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South, man. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of the session. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to trust Spoon, you trust Spoon, you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just don't trust Spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't trust Spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, don't trust Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't trust Spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't trust Spoon. Yeah, don't trust Spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat get my graduate, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a nose up there, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What you want? Yes, you TV. Yes, you got it. Listen. TV. Ba. Skiddy dabado. Spoon entertainment. Go to there. Go to there. To the spoon. Yes, I try to make sure. To the spoon. Yes, I try. Spoon. Yes, I try.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of the section. Spoon activation.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. The children provide for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening more than to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Fonjama, Maryland to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Every eat man, graduate, my brother to the spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You want to get a nose up there, to the spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What you want? Yes, you got it.
TV.
Yes, you got it. Listen.
TV.
Ba. Skiddy dabado.
Spoon entertainment.
Go to there. Go to there.
To the spoon. Yes, I try to make sure. To the spoon. Yes, I try. Spoon, spoon,
Yes, I trip party there.
spoon, spoon, station.
Yes, I. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South, man.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of the session. Spoon.
Okay, so today is Monday the 13th. Yeah, not Friday the 13th, but rather Monday the 13th. I remember one Friday the 13th, it was February, if I'm not mistaken. The prophet went to Saute. Yeah, on Friday the 13th. Remember, February, it was Friday the 13th, and the prophet went to Saute. Asked the prophet, are you concerned that Friday the 13th? Oh, no, I'm concerned. I'm not a superstitious person. And the prophet still liking it, let play, thought I would joke. Thought I think was just going to beat, or going to talk, stuff like that. But the moment the chief justice started reading, the ruling and all that kind of stuff, the prophet started taking on a chin and then we knew that it was getting serious. Then that wicked car they call the beast. Yeah. The American president's limousine is known as the beast. But in Liberia, I own a beast that one police car, whenever I see it, it reminds me of that movie. That South African movie, Sarafina. The South Africans have an iconic police vehicle. It looks like that with all the iron bar all around and all that kind of stuff. It's fearful. And then with Nima on the beast. And that beast was just circling. Anytime I see that beast, it gives me flashback. Yeah. Let's play. The prophet has become the CRC for the place. According to sources, he welcomed Uncle Sam, but Uncle Sam is out now. Yeah, had a brief stint, there while he's pending his trial and all of that. But you welcome to the show. It's just the 13th reminded me of that. Yeah, and we're looking up to August or so. Yeah, August 13th. It will make it 6 months. Many of you have forgotten your own prophet. No, some of you can't even keep it in your prayers and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it is what it is. You're welcome to the show, wherever it is you're watching us from. Those of you watching us all around the world via the various online platforms, Phone TV, Super TV, Fabric TV. We're live on YouTube. Our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk. You're welcome to the show. Just kind of leave a comment, and we'll acknowledge your comment as well. Like Weekly Chile, if I got that right. Watching us, Julius K. Cholo Play. Are you related to Sylvester Cholo Play? Okay, Cholo Play won't get PRA also. Yeah, Cholo Play. Victor Titus Lago is following us from Trois River District, as well as George Wanye following us from SD Cooper Road. Lydia Tanu, how are you doing? Kebe Moba is watching us from Fargo, North Dakota. Philip Bala, how are you doing, Philip? You are a regular feature here on the Spoon Network. The day we're having real session, and I'm talking about it happening very soon. Yeah, it might probably be a spoon gathering or a spoon reunion. We'll find some other name for it. Real bowling. Yeah, I think it's cool to do it somewhere around December like that. Then all the top fans, Spoon Talk people will come play, the sports people and all that kind of stuff. It'll make a good, thing to do. And talking about it, yeah, I need to, tell that to the CEO. We need to look into that. Some kind of spoon gathering. We have a lot of top fans. We have a lot of regulars. We have people who religiously follow this network. It'll be good. We have that kind of thing and we enjoy ourselves. And we get to know each other and all that kind of stuff. It's good. We can come every day from Monday to Sunday, from Sunday to Sunday, 365 days, minus some of the small holiday. Then I can come inside. We've spent a lot of time. I was just thinking about something. I was listening to the station's jingle that we recorded back then with the original crew, Milkman, Rufus Divan Cannon, Emmanuel Kotu, Joseph Soko Kone, yep, and myself, it's been since 2019, and we're still here keeping it running. You're welcome to the show. We'll go to the phone lines for Liberians to tell us what's on their minds. Kudos to my guys. Hope you guys are doing great. We all started this. Once you were part of this institution, you always remain part of this institution as well. So kudos to you guys. Nelson Colette, Rufus Divan Kane, Joseph Soko Kone, Emmanuel Kotu, Elliot Satone, known as the Milkman. Those were the crew back then. Wish you guys all the best. All right, so we'll go to the phone lines for a bit, as we usually do on the program, for you to tell us what's on your mind. 077771075. Zogolu Akwe, the man saying you want ball now, eh? Yeah, my man, what now? All working, no play. You know what they say? 077771075. 055101075. Those are the numbers to call. Call us up and let us know what's on your mind. The president is currently in Addis Ababa for 2 days state visit at the invitation of the Ethiopian Prime Minister. And we've been informed by executive mansion sources and a press release that the president is there in Ethiopia to foster already existing bilateral relationship and multilateral relationships between Liberia, Ethiopia, and other countries. The visit is going to focus around education. Hence, the president of the University of Liberia is on that trip. The defense minister is also on that trip. And the rest of those forming part of that particular delegation, there. We wish them all of the best. 2 days the president will make in Ethiopia, or he will spend in Ethiopia. Sometimes the Ghanaian image comes out. The president will make 2 days. The president will stay in Ethiopia there for official state visit as well. All right, and the government of Liberia, the supplementary budget was debated upon today. Huge sum. The government have said 40 million is going to come in from the World Bank delayed funding. From the World Bank, 40 million, and the supplementary budget is in the tune of let me give you the figure. Yes, it's in the tune of $45 million, 40 million of which is coming from delayed World Bank budget support for fiscal year 2025, and 5 million comes from domestic revenue over performance due to improved tax administration. What does the government want to do with the 45 million? Well, on paper, the government says 11.4 million is going to go to public administration. The current expenditure, 11.4 million. 10.9 million is going to go to health. 7.3 million budgeted for education. 7.2 million infrastructure and basic services. Security and rule of law, $5.1 million. That's the allocation according to the government of Liberia. Let's go to the phone lines now. 077771075, 055101075. Let's hear from you. What's on your mind? Yeah, somebody say, "Oh, you wearing gold because you saw the gold of B Mountain. Why you wearing gold?" Yeah, so we can own a gold. We wear a gold T-shirt to identify the gold. Let's take this person here. Hello, your name and where you calling us from?
Yeah, everybody, good evening to you on your wonderful platform, on your Monday evening presentation.
How are you, sir?
Well, by the grace of God, I've been quiet for some time because I've been ill, and thank God I'm trying to be strong and back and ready for all of the talk show and callers and the regular callers on the platform.
You're welcome. Thank God you're feeling much better now. What's on your mind, Chief?
My name is Mohammed M. Kanen. I remain a member of the UP in the Letter Bureau, and I speak for you on Tuesday 16. Let me say hello to my President Bwaka, for him going all over the country to go and lobby more staff.
I mean, I don't know that, man. I can do long introduction.
Manajala and the US President, they both female.
Come on.
I know the three female, they are joining the president. What beside the defense minister?
Brother, just go straight to the point now, because you don't eat 1 minute 30 seconds.
So then carry for them going off with the president, the going lobby to see how bad they can come back in the country with some good news.
All right.
More people for our educational sector and the ministry that you have best.
Okay.
I mean, can be well secure.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Well taken. Once again, good that you back on your feet. You know, say I back on my feet.
So the message is saying, oh.
Hello, your name and where you calling us from?
Hello.
That was I was showing.
I'm calling you from Oakland, Ocean Tower. Yeah, my brother, I really want to appeal to foreign partners like Ghana where they have the Google Health Center. I'm coming appealing to them to please be able to reject the Liberian leader for taking treatment in the country.
Oh, is there a man allow Liberian leader to take treatment in Ghana?
Oh, I was thinking there.
Why? Oh, my man, let's say where we start. Why get treatment in Ghana? Why? No.
We get help ministry here. Send a trust in help ministry here. We the people that play the game, we get treatment here. They play safe for everyone of us. Let's be taking treatment there.
All right.
For everyone of us.
Thank you. Yeah, for yourself.
Man, no. Why you call him man? That man, I want to hear that man. That particular man, I want to hear him. The man making sense.
Not off the line.
No, but you call him man up. You call him man up. I want to hear that man. The man making no government official will go to Ghana or Nigeria to take treatment. When they go to Morocco, they'll go Morocco. They go India. We should sign MOU. If any Liberian current governor, ministers, directors, government official go in those countries, you must bring the body back. Everybody must go to JFK or County Hospital or 14 military to take treatment. It's not fair to the people. It's not. It's not fair to the people. If you go there, they will bring you back in body bag. It's fair to the people. Liberian people getting smarter than ever before because you know what? The people are tired. The people are tired. The men are saying, go sit down there and worry about it. The guy was scared.
The men say appealing to the Ghanaians.
The man appealing to my man. But again, we're gonna have a wonderful show, Dama. I got this Zoga waiting. I don't have enough time to spend with him, but we'll be talking about Zoga coming on this first segment. We're gonna bring in all the guys, Dama. It's a lot of stuff to talk about.
Your voice kind of stolen, man. Your color speech. Why are you trying to get rid of him quick?
No, but I'm giving the man 30 minutes plenty. When I was Zoga was a minister of youth and sport. He gave me platform that I remember getting platform for 3-4 hours. But remember where Zoga was minister of youth and sport. You made platform with us. Then today now he must be our friend. But that's all on you. The man minister of
you usually entertain people for longer periods, but all of a sudden.
Let me say something to you, right? This is the people's platform. So we have to waste our time. We are all government officials and they come, we get in 30 seconds, maybe 30 minutes. The government people come, we get in 3 hours. The government will come, we get in 3 hours. So we can sit down there and you want us to, the man, you're going to come by, I see you talking to somebody, go come by. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring in. No, we're going to bring in this Zoga Wezi and Sierra. I want to say to all of you, welcome to the show. Share the show, man. We are on Voice of Liberia. We are on Super Fabric Spoon, on Facebook, on YouTube. It's good to have every one of you. I'm here with the former Minister of Youth and Sport Minister, this Yoga. They call him Zoga from Grandpa, so they make him swallow dumb what the hell. Zoga Wezi, it's good to see you, my friend.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton, my friend and brother. Nice to see you too.
Yeah, man. They met me say, "Why? Remember you from sport minister? He even entertainment. I mean, entertainment, man. I beg you, yeah." But it'll be a great show today. But Zoga, though, I'm happy that you joining us. We got a lot to talk about today, right? When we separate the politics from the reason why you are here, I want you to talk to the Liberian people. I want them to understand you better. It's something about LFA, Liberian Football Association, about the Cassell young man that running against Raji. Raji is the current president, but he want to run again. right? I don't want to waste your time. I want us to get straight into it. I'm getting different views, and to all of you joining us out there, I want to tell you, you're going to enjoy this first segment with this yoga Wednesday. It's good to have it on. Whenever I have it on, we have fun. But it's something about LFA. They are going for election, and we want to say to you, my friend, it's going to be a very rough one. Zoga, being the Minister of Youth and Sport, you understand this subject very well. But before we do that, Diesel, Liberia, yeah, South Jersey, they will be having an election coming up. Yeah, in America. You talk
Absolutely.
about Trenton, you talk about Burlington, part of Pennsylvania.
Yes.
You talk about Williamsburg, you talk about Bordentown, you talk about this area, right? Ewing and all those places. But it is so good that we are having two competent young men that vying for that position, the position of the presidency. They want to transform the Liberia community in South Jersey. They're trying to be innovative, creative in different aspects, right? So we got them, and to tell you the truth, one of which we got Danny Watkins from Trenton. This is the Flyer president, Danny B. Watkins. He's running against, and his vice president is Evangeline Peabody. And I tell you why. They're saying they're doing a lot for the community. He served before, and he's taking this group now to the election. But he is challenged by Albert Gipley and his vice president, Wolu Kokoro. I think that's the name. Kokoro. Thank you. So Albert Gipley is saying that, hey, listen, I have the experience. I can make this thing happen. I can transform the community. And I visited both of them, engagement, public awareness, campaign launch, whatsoever. And I'm telling you, they are coming with new visions. New visions. I want to ask you, because I think I will be hosting them on Sunday by God's grace. I want them to speak to the community. The Liberian community South Jersey is over 10,000. When you include Trenton, when you include Williamsburg, Burlington, Bordentown, part of Pennsylvania. But what happened? Why we have this disunity? Can any of these group, Danny and Gipley, can any one of them bring back the unity within the community, Dizioka?
Yes, I believe the Albert Gipley and the Wolu Kokoro team can bring back the unity because they are a new breed of leaders who have great vision and passion for the community. If you look at the Danish side, well, you have the legs of James Allen, you have the legs of Comrade Nyinka, who have been in the vanguard of all of the confusion and disunity in the community. Even they were deeply involved with the recent disunity of the election of 2024. That tells you that side is a side of the past. It is a side that will not bring unity to this community. When you look at those two, they are running on the boat. Both James Allen, who was former president, Nyinka, former board chairman. In fact, when the community was in problem for 12 years, Comrade Nyinka was one of the culprits of the disunity in the community. Why can't the guy get other people a chance? So when you see them running on the boat on the side of Denny, you know that side is not all for unity because they cause the unity currently.
But so Diesel, you are not saying that you are supporting Gipley.
I'm supporting Gipley.
So it's not strange though, because you fought Danny and James Allen and the other gentleman you're talking about. They say you had a problem with them, so they don't expect you to support them. But be fair and balanced. What have they done when they were leaders? And what actually happened that we are having a new election today?
What did you are referring to?
Those names that you call, Denny, Allen, and all of them.
It's simple. First of all, Denny is a guy that I know, I respect him wholeheartedly. Let me be very frank. And The problem I have is the fact that Denny participated in a process of 2024 that led to the community the way it is today. I don't think Denny is principled because he's being controlled by the likes of Jean Allen and Comrade Yinka. These are the people who have kept this community hostage, who have part of all the confusion in the community for years. And they still want to run on the boat. And Denny allowing them to run on the boat with him, it tells me they are not ready. Denny, during the process of the election in 2024.
So let's talk about Denny. Let's talk about Denny. He run into the president. What have he done that you are mad with him and you are not supporting him? Don't tell me about Don't tell me about James Allen. Let's talk about Denny.
It's simple. Denny was supporting the previous administration, Mr. Anthony Kpaye, that brought the community the problem. When his vice president resigned, Denny was appointed as vice president in violation of the Constitution. Denny knew that that appointment was a violation of the Constitution. He accepted that appointment. Denny joined Mr. Kpaye to disenfranchise the community of Trenton community. Yes, about 10,000 in Trenton, right? The guy decided and crafted a list of 73 persons. They said those 73 persons were the only eligible people to vote in the community. How is that? It tells me Denny had no vision. He's not prepared to bring the community together.
Diesel. It was because what I'm hearing, and people are watching you to listen to you, they are disagreeing with you, and I'll be fair. It was because of
agree with me. That's fine.
And they say it was because of Denny that today you have an election. Is that true?
No, it was not because of Denny we have an election. Because the board of directors is because of the board of directors. The board of directors have always been for peace. In fact, the $30
who was on the board? Who was on the board? The board of directors.
Well, the board at the time, the board was Rupert Peter was the chairman, Imo Azar was the co-chairman, Madam Talo Miller, former president, was a member, Reverend Cecile Goffard was a member, and Mr. Swansea Goba was a member of the board, including James Allen and Madam Peabody, who is doing now with
if you're saying that they were bad, though, but you're including them and saying because of them today, you guys are having an election. So it means that it wasn't all that bad, right?
We're talking about that.
Because of Peabody, James Allen, they were on the board and they approved and they agreed to a new election.
No, Peabody and James Allen, they resigned from the board. So the board only run by the 5 members. They resigned from the board and decided to join the other side. And the board have always been tolerant. In fact, like I was saying, the $30 today that people are paying for this election, that was Denny's idea, his team. In fact, they wanted people to pay $120. The board said, no, let's go to $0. It's a community thing. Let people come and vote because they don't have record. They keep talking about good standing. But Trenton, these folks have no record for 2 years. They rule the community. They don't have record of meeting attendance. They don't have record of all those who pay dues, and they don't have record of all those who pay assessment. Because the community constitution is very clear. It says to be in good standing, you must pay 50%, you must attend 50% of all meeting calls. You must pay all dues and assessment in full. They want to institute they want to implement the Constitution in parts and not in whole. So these are the people that keep insisting that people should pay $30. The board said no, let the people pay no money. Once you remember the community, let's come and vote. They said no. Now today, during the campaign, when people are asked, when they ask the Denny side, why are we paying $30? They say, oh, that's the board of directors. The board of directors, no, it was not the board. The board said $0, but then they refuse because they believe that they should.
Do you think because they are charging folks $30, you think folks will stay away? If we're going to be free, you are watching a lot of people, right?
Well, some people are reluctant to pay because they don't think it's fair to them, and I agree with them. Because the thing is that these guys' whole plan has always been to disenfranchise the larger community. So they impose all these bottlenecks. Like I said, they crafted a list of 73 persons. They said those were the people that were qualified to vote. And of that 73, 2024 election, for which the vote went to court, only 24 persons voted. Why we say a big community of Trenton, only 73 persons can vote? That is how they try to disenfranchise people. And because the votes to this ground, we are
I think it's historical, yeah, Diesel. It's historical on the fact that you understand that they didn't walk into the situation themselves because you guys control the community since Charlie Quintan. If I mean you guys, you and some of your friends, you are part of it. You know, may so rest in peace. Now George, you know, will be at his funeral, and he served as president. Let's talk about Moneyball, Kishen. Let's talk about bleeding. And how did you guys leave the community that now you're putting it on the young people that saying, okay, they're trying to change things? How did you guys leave the community?
Well, first of all, I've never been in leadership in the community. I've always supported the community. The community went into confusion in 2012 after the election that was held, and Mr. James Allen and his team won. I was supporting that team. Then the other side decided to go to court. When they went to court, the court ruled in favor of James Allen's side that won the election. But the court did say that, look, because of the confusion, lots of Liberians did not participate into the process. So these people that won the election, they named everybody. They will remain in office for 60 days until new elections are held. That was a court ruling, the consent order for judgment in 2012. And the court appointed an election monitor. We reached out to EULA. That's one of the problems. How EULA? We reached out to EULA to help in that process. EULA refused to come in. EULA said it would not honor the decision from the Superior Court. EULA continued to recognize the president who was not acknowledged or recognized by the Superior Court of New Jersey, and that kept the community 10 years in confusion from 2012 to 2022. Shehu Kamara, who became president of EULA, who understood the problem, he came in the community, and that election was held that brought Mr. Anthony Kpahi to the fore. I'm not putting the community problem on Denny. No. I'm just seeing the recent issue from 2022 to 2024 up to 2026, where we are today. Denny and his group, they are part and parcel of this problem because they try to disenfranchise.
And so, all of you, thank you, Diesel. I know you're here to talk about Cassell and Raji on the LFA issue, but I want to say this is getting so interesting. I'm going to get myself involved because I want to hear from Jipley and his vice president. His name is Albert Jipley. His vice president, Wolu Kokoro, they will be joining us on Sunday. I believe they have confirmed to have a wonderful discussion about this sub-Jersey community, the Liberian community sub-Jersey in the United States. And also we'll be hearing from Denny Watkins and his vice president, Evangeline Peabody. They will be joining us likewise on the same Sunday. We'll have two segments. Let's talk about the community. Dr. Richardson, welcome to the show. There's a lot of stuff happening. I visited Denny's lounge, and maybe they had all the food, everything. It was good. I went to Albert they play music, pepper cara, very nice pepper cara, and roasted meat. It was good. This is Liberian coming together. But Dr. Richardson, we are where we are because of this unity. The community is bad off. People cannot tell you how they're helping the elderly, right? The old people in the community, how they go to hospital, how they are helped through social problem. Nobody knows how many old people Liberian will get here. The children on the street, and every day these guys are saying they won't be president and leaders for the community. Immigration issue is worse. Social issue is worse. people, Liberians in prison, nobody visiting them, something that you can get a lawyer to represent. That riches in the community is bad off. The only thing this community good for is to go to people whereby and wakekeeping and baby shower and marriages and they eat and drink. That's what the community good for. This community, you get over 10,000 Liberians in this community. Ask them, and that's what we will ask them. What's the vision for the community? The community is dying. The community is on life support, or the community is in the grave. Which one? So, look, Richard, I know you're coming, right? I went to this program. Everybody knows Spoon Talk. Everybody knows Spoon. Everybody coming around. People are excited for the community organization. But the leadership, they go from one court to another court. From one corrupt behavior to another corrupt behavior. And there is no plan, no implementation, nothing. So I'm glad to have Danny Watkins and his team, and also to have Albert Gipley and his team. These are young men, and I believe they have vision. And I promised myself, I'm going to contribute to both teams. To Danny team, and to Gipley team, I'm going to contribute. And I think we should hear them debating. I will speak to the commissioner, the election commissioner, to bring them here and debate. This is bad. Even ULA is getting to be a bad organization. Not even getting to be, they are hustlers. They will get very with me. So we got to empower these young men. We got to empower them. We got to stand by them. So I would say to all of you, listen to me, from Williamsburg, from Burlington Township, Burlington City, from Boardington. We are talking about Florence. We are talking about Columbus. We are talking about Ewing, Trenton. And what's the other places in Pennsylvania? Diesel, can you help me?
Morrisville, Levittown, Bristol.
Yeah,
Langhorne.
We are talking about all this community. If you live in those communities, you got to come up. You have to. You got to register to vote. It's $30. You got to fill the form. I am not asking you to vote for the person I want. I want both of them. I'm not taking side yet. But you got to register to vote. And on that day, I think Spoon will carry live. We will be there. We want to see you. On that particular day, we will call the commissioner here. Enough is enough. Trenton is bad. That rich, you know what? That rich is an elitist. She live all the way on that side. She live among the poor people. She knows that man says Trenton.
But man, don't do that. That originally is a regular woman.
You know how he be making your own self laugh on this show, yeah.
That means I've never been to Trenton in your life since you were born.
Who you that? Who told you that?
But I was just saying we got two great men. I know I'm going to talk more about. Hey, I like the fact that we have them, Danny Watkins and Albert Gipley. I'm going to push this thing. I'm going to bring them on, and we got to talk about them. We got to talk about the growth in the community. The only time I see some of the people there, they get red cup in the hand to people funeral. No, seriously, I can call their names. They will get fair with me, but I will call their name on the show. Okay. There's a funeral coming up right now.
Thank you.
Saturday. Not Josh. Oh, that is me, right? Not Josh. May his soul rest in peace.
Yeah.
In Ewing. Right? In Ewing. And I will be there.
He's a former president of the community.
The former president, and I guarantee you, all the people that will be there will put it on record. They will get red cup in their hand. That's the only time you can see them. But community development, they went to the main house the other day. I almost go there to put it on record. They went to the main house with red cup in their hand. That's the only time you can see them. This is bad for our community.
But holding red cup in your hand, not a crime stand-up.
I'm not saying that crime. I'm not saying that crime, but holding red cup in your hand is to impair your decision, your focus to do better for the community. This is good to see you. Let's talk about LFA. We want to say welcome to the show. Share the show. We'll talk more about the community. I'd like to say to all of you, we're going to be having a great show today. We can announce that on this show, Wilfred Bangura will be joining us sometime this week. But what I heard that Wilfred Bangura is a government witness when it comes to the LDCC indictment, not LDC, the asset recovery indictment against Mawani Dixon and other. He's the government witness. He just left CMC. He have joined MDR. We'll be bringing on the show. But Jizo, let's talk about LFA. Where are we, my friend?
Well, look, the LFA issue is an issue that I believe that all sports-loving people, especially football, we need to speak out against. We are threading in a dangerous territory that will lead, if not handled carefully, to Liberia being suspended or banned from all international competition. This is the issue. The LFA is holding an election, and there are 13 positions up for elections. And each of the candidates in each position are all being held to the same standard. There is no discrimination. You must be 35 years of age. You must be a high school graduate. You must not have criminal conviction, fraud, what have you. Everybody held to the same standard. There is a young man, I will be clear here, first of all, Mr. Kaseko. I don't know him. I never met him. But I know he's a football lover. He's a great enthusiast of football. He has a team as a president, the Fasel FC. I respect him for that. But this gentleman was vice president of operation under Musa Hassan Bility. When the LFA statute was revised to include some new provisions, one of those provisions had to do with the integrity check that FIFA require all member associations to have. That is, if you have a criminal conviction, you cannot be president of any federation. It's a FIFA integrity check. It was Mr. Kuo administration that instituted that integrity check. They also extended the tenure of service to say a president can serve not more than 3 terms. And those terms are not consecutive. It will be you serve first 4 years, you leave and come out, but you can serve more than 3 terms. Mr. Kuo is fully well aware of the rules and regulations, the statute of LFA. The guidelines came up for this election. He decided to go to court where he even did not subject himself to the process. He went to court to get declaratory judgment. He wants to find out whether his criminal conviction, he was eligible to vote, to contest the LFA election. At no time the LFA said that he was not eligible to contest. He was not injured by any process. He did not join the process. He did not subject himself to the process. He had been creating all of these euphoria and confusion in Liberia, putting people under the impression that Mustafa Raji changed the rule to a targeting. No, Mustafa did not change any rule. The statutes in question were instituted under Mr. Kaseko administration, not Mustafa Raji. He did nothing of such. He went to court. And Stanton, I think you have a document. If you look at the eligibility criteria, it tells you what qualifies you as a candidate. Mr. Kuo, as a Liberian, yes, he's a convicted criminal, but there is nothing in Liberian law that bans him from contesting these elections. The problem with the law is the fact that there are criteria for you to become president. And one of them will bar him, will not permit him because of his criminal conviction. So he's running to the courts. FIFA is clear when it comes to football matter. FIFA maintains the independence of the football body. FIFA frowns on third-party interference. FIFA frowns on government interference. Mr. Kuo is fully occurrent with these FIFA regulations. And not just FIFA, CAF, WAFU, FIFA, they all hold that standard. If you have a problem with football, you have a problem with a federation, they have a dispute resolution mechanism. They have, as well as they call it CAS, the Code of Arbitration for Sports. You take your matter to them. Don't go to a common court. Mr. Quo is fully aware. He's a former LFA vice president. He's creating all this confusion in the country. And I tell you, Stanton, the Supreme Court, I understand the matter is now with the Supreme Court on the statute. And I know the Supreme Court will not strike down the LFA statute because the statute is not biased towards Mr. Quo. Like I said, there are 13 positions up. None of the candidates who are vying for the position have raised any issue with the guidelines, with the candidate eligibility under Mr. Quo because he has a criminal conviction. That is not fair to our country. And if we don't tread carefully, Stanton, I'm telling you today, FIFA will ban Liberia. You can look, do your research. India's Supreme Court, I believe in 2002, India's Supreme Court removed the entire federation leadership and put it on a new body. FIFA banned India. Banned India. They could not participate in any international competition, no world competition, nothing, until they had to reverse that decision. And I see you on the same path. Mr. Quo is actually putting his personal interest ahead of the country. He's doing a disservice to our country. He's misleading people to believing that somebody in the LFA is targeting him. Nobody targeting Mr. Quo. The law in question was put in place under Mr. Quo's administration. Why is he creating a scenario that people going after him? That is not fair to the country. I mean, he's not a passion for sports, but because of a criminal conviction, he just
this is a lot that Richard and myself to push you a little bit, yeah. And guys, welcome to the show. We get to our arrogant politics. Diesel, I'm kind of confused. Mm-hmm. You're a Raji guy, right?
Absolutely.
Exactly. So if you're a Mustafa Raji guy, people will say, but then you're doing Raji bidding. You know, you're talking for your man.
You're speaking the facts.
Okay, and that's what I want to bring you to. Is that the only argument that because Cassell is a convicted criminal or was convicted or is convicted, but he's in Liberia now, is the guidelines from the Federation apply to him as well? And did it stop him though? That's my question to you. Because what is so complicated is that he's a Liberian, the coach said you can run. At what point FIFA need to be very, very clear with the Liberian people that even if he won, we will not accept him. We have not seen that letter.
FIFA does not interfere into local election like that because every federation have their statute. And I just told you, and you have some document, if you don't mind, if you can populate Article 45.4. 45.4 is the LFA statute. Among other things, it says if you have a criminal conviction, you cannot be president of LFA. That statute was put in place by Mr. Kasser Quo administration, not Mustafa Raji. So Mr. Quo can run. He will never stop from running for LFA president. He can run, but they have eligibility criteria you must meet. So
my question, and we hear that. So my question to you, Diesel, because Dr. Richardson will come in on the one. To all of you, you can ask Zoka Wizzy. This guy is the former youth and sport president. You know what you're talking about.
Minister, not president.
Yeah, minister, the president for the same ministry. But my thing is that Diesel, I just kind of confused. Why FIFA just can't come out right now and say, Cassette, don't run because we got your criminal conviction right?
No, that's not how it works. It's a local membership election. All FIFA interest is that the rules, the statutes must be followed. The election commission appointed by the LFA has come up with its guideline. And in the guideline, it has eligibility criteria. And one of those criteria, you cannot be a convicted criminal.
Is the election commission speaking to this? Did they tell Cassell, look, my man, in the guideline that you put forward, your vice president, under Musa Benete, you will not be able to run because you're a convicted criminal? Did they tell him?
It is not the election commission that responsible to tell Kiase that. Kiase was told by the court to subject himself to the process. The gala is out. When he subject himself to the process and register.
At what time would they ban Kiase from running?
Well, when he become a candidate and submit a document, because they got to look at the eligibility criteria. He had not done so.
Okay.
He never done
so what we are now you go in there. So that what we are, he had never submitted a document as of yet. So therefore, they cannot tell him say no.
No.
That's what you're saying.
They can't until you submit to the process.
So just to clarify, when he submits to the process, or when Mr. Clark submit to the process, then you expect that FIFA will say no to him.
No, not FIFA. The LFA Election Commission, because there are eligibility criteria that are registered. So they will look at your document and go through all the eligibility criteria, of one of which you must be 35 years of age. They will check to make you 35 years of age. They will check to make sure whether your high school graduate the criteria. Then they will check to find out you already have a criminal record. And Mr. Ko has a criminal record. It is that part of the statute that will disqualify him from running LFA president.
Okay. My second question to you is, yes, you can probably Google Kasser Koa's name and see that he was convicted in the United States. If it's the right person I'm speaking about, he was involved with, taking gold out of Liberia. I hope I read a little bit about him. Given that he was convicted in the United States, he went to Liberia. The court cleared him, according to what you said and according to what I read, that said that he could run for office or for elevate office in Liberia. What do you think would be hindrance to his protecting funds, gathered from LFA as due to his conviction? What do you think will hinder him?
His criminal conviction, that is why it's in the statute. That here,
it's in the statute, no, but is there any other reason why do you think that he may not be able to handle? Because LFA make a lot of money in Liberia. We love sports in our country. I know of people who just did a lot of business with LFA and made a lot of money. So how do you think we can transfer this conviction into him not doing well for LFA?
Well, I'm not questioning his ability to serve as president of LFA. It is not my place. Okay. My only thing I'm raising issue is the fact that he has been spreading this misinformation that people are after him. They want to stop him from contesting, which is not true.
Okay.
Which is not true. That I want to clarify. That is not true. The very statute in question was put in place under his administration. Under his administration. Okay. And FIFA is keen on integrity check. If you have a conviction, criminal conviction, you can't be president or any federation. It's clear. It's not just you need a Liberia alone. And like I said, there are 13 candidates, 13 positions up, and each of them is being held to the same standard. All 13 are being held to the same standard. It's not just you need to go alone.
But Diesel.
Yeah.
If what you are saying, and Liberians are hearing you, right? Why not just wait? Let the election board members tell, like you said, my man, we cannot accept you. You are disqualified because of your previous conviction. It seemed like Diesel, right? Maybe that Biggie and other people I talked to, that Raji is a threat of Cassell in this election. He's the only person that can defeat Raji. Is that so?
That is not true. Raji is not a threat of Cassell. Raji as president of LFA has an obligation to uphold, protect, and defend the statute of LFA. If Mr. Kiase Ko qualified to contest the election, Mr. Raji is prepared to go along once the process is transparent. He's not in front of Mr. Quo. Mr. Quo is the one trying to create a scenario that Mr. Raji is after him, is afraid of him, is changing the rule, which is not true. That's what I just said. The rule in question was done under Mr. Kaseko administration when Musa Hassan Belete was elected president. He, Mr. Quo, was vice president for operation under Mr. Hassan Belete.
But so
Okay, so can I ask you a question?
Yeah, that Richardson will bring you on because I'm still not there yet. That Richardson, right? Where we if you know this man will not be qualified, you're going to bed, you're going to sleep.
No, we're not sleep. We're not sleep because he's creating a situation in the country that people who don't understand think that he has a ground, and it's dangerous because if they continue, FIFA is very strict on third-party interference. Look, Stanton, when our Minister of Youth and Sport, there was a private LFA election again with Musa Raji and Musa Shena. As Minister of Youth and Sport, I was the sector minister. I did not interfere because I know what FIFA means by that. I wrote FIFA and asked them to get involved to resolve the problem. And FIFA sent people to Liberia to help resolve the problem. So I couldn't interfere. I couldn't get involved.
Gentlemen, we have these other ways.
I'm only creating awareness that they still have a propensity to send Liberia back if you don't handle it well.
You know, your own awareness, we talk about the Liberian community, you creating awareness, but you own Abu Jibli, sir. You here talk about FIFA creating awareness, you own Raji, sir. What kind of bias awareness is that? That really say
I'm not biased. I'm not biased. I have my start. Look, if the table were turned, I would defend Mr. Kaseko. Trust me, Stanton. When it comes to sports, I'm passionate. That's my hero.
Why the Liberian people should allow Raji to go for third term? What have he done?
Because the law says it. The law in Adaba Kaseko. The law says it. Kaseko was the one that he added the law that said you can serve for 3 terms. Kaseko, listen, quote. He added the law.
I gotta bring in George Calano. He's calling on the phone. And Richard said, after you are bringing George Calano, this is getting interesting. FIFA discussion is here. And you know, you finally got them also trying to bring them to America. They not refuse visa to everybody involved. And but anyway, Russell thought that Richard said.
Can you guys hear me? Because I'm having problems with my computer.
We hear you, that Richard. So don't touch the die. Don't touch your die. We're good. We're good.
Okay. I mean, you asked the question that I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask 2 questions. One was about, you know, who Mr. Zuka is supporting. We know definitely he's supporting Raji, but Raji has been president for a long time. And the question that Clinton asked, and I want to reiterate, is what has he done for Liberian people or for sports in Liberia? So maybe you want to itemize those things for me or tell me?
Oh, yeah. Oh, but Senator knows Mr. Raji is the best LFA president since 1936. And don't take my word for it.
But you say I know? But wait. What do you mean I know? What do you mean I know? I know Mr. Raji and I don't know.
Because you have followed Mr. Raji's activities center. You know that. Like I said, that already, don't take my word for it. Ask former President Musa Hassan Belete. Ask former President Senator Melvin Snow. They were all LFA president before. Mustafa Raji won. He is the first LFA president under whose administration LFA has a national office today. You see all the mini pitches that have been constructed around Liberia. You see the Tusafi, the SKD practice pitch, the Dorwell Sports Stadium in Buchanan. They are constructing in Nima County and other counties the football development program. In fact, the Joshua Technical Center in Carisburg are all been renovated up to center. The football, the grassroots football program of LFA. They have the Honor 15 Boys League, never had it in Liberia before. They now got Honor 17. They got Honor 20. You know, they got female soccer on the rise. You got the empowerment program. Coaches are going through regular seminar. You got the capacity building program that have been taking place on our LFA. In fact, the LFA League When the league ends, look, when we were playing those days, Dr. Richardson, after the league, whether you are a most valuable player or the higher goal scorer, you go home empty-handed. Today, Honor Mustafa Raji, if you're a higher goal scorer, you MVP, you go home with a vehicle and cash prizes. A lot of things happen in Liberian football, and they all know it. Liberian football is on a ride when the grass will all over the place. Mustafa is not a saint. He has his own shortcoming. But when it comes to football development, up to this point, no, he is the best so far. Everybody knows it. He's making good use of the FIFA forward funds that's coming to Liberia.
All right, let me bring in George Calando, Councilor Calando. Welcome to the show. I know you.
GBK. You be my barrow man on the show.
Good evening to the other panelists, Liberian people. I'm just highly disappointed in my brother Toga. Why Toga? With my question to him and to Mutabarachi, why are they afraid of Kaseda? From all indications, it shows that this man will defeat them at the election. And stop fooling the people. You will be surprised from the opinion that will come from the Supreme Court that man will not benefit from the law that he has made, that he passed, that he will contest for three, and he will run the FA for 3 terms. And the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia is more than any statute of the Republic of Liberia. So to think that the court has ruled that Cassette is eligible to contest, and you say no, he will not be. I don't know whether you want the elections to be here. And stop fooling us that I say, oh, FIFA will buy us. No. My man, my brother, we all know about this football. You know, me and myself were inside foot to foot until we qualified to go to the African Cup of Nations on 2 different occasions. For a very long time, we've never been to the African Cup of Nations. And you say, well, you praising somebody? How many international stars do we have out there? Then you want, after the Georgia 11, can you boast of our national team? Then you say, what? This man's doing well? Why should I
Is it the elected president responsibility to develop the same player, bro?
Is he the only Liberian that's capable of managing the FA? Then you say he's the best? What about those that money?
But let me ask you, Councilor Calando. Councilor Calando, let me ask you a quick question, right? Is he? I mean, he's not going against their own policy and guidelines to run for the 3rd term. Is he? No. I'm asking you a question. I'm asking Councilor. Councilor, just listen to me. Leave your brother Zuka alone. Is he going for 3rd term? Yeah. Are you hearing me? Councilor?
Hello?
Yeah, you can hear me? Hey, Councilor, man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no. I'm saying to you, the man going for 3rd term, he 3 times, right? Is he breaking any rules? No, Councilor, stop. No, Councilor. I beg you, my man, let's get some clarity here. Mustafa Raji going for the 3rd time. Is it illegal?
That is wrong.
Why? Is it part of their own decision and policy they set up?
That's part of their own policy. And these are the things that we need to, first of all, those who even were part of that process, they are responsible for football not being developed in our country. Is he the only person that would...
No, it's not my question. Why is the only person? No, Councilor. No, Councilor, you gotta answer my question. The other guys are getting angry with me. I'm begging you. We are not talking about whether he's the only person. Is he breaking the policy, the law, and everything that governs the FA in Liberia?
You can't be a part of, you can't be already like, you understand? Let me put in a very simple say. It's like today, Joseph Boakai is president, and the legislature passed a law that, he can go for 3rd term. and he wants to benefit from it. No.
Who passed the law? Who passed the law in the LFA? Who did that? No. Okay, so let me hold you there. You said that, Raji. Let me hold you there. Jizo, who passed this thing? What's the name? Musa Belete and Kassel?
Musa Belete and Kassel Ko. I saying the statute 20. You get it? Musa Belete and Kassel Ko.
But I mean, Councilor Kalando is not helping us. How can you say
Kalando is not? He's not informed. He's not informed. He's my friend, but he's not informed.
No.
You're part of the process. You know, I made the president of a team for a very long time.
No. I beg you. Kalano, before we leave you, brother.
I'm disappointed that a lawyer will be speaking like this.
Kalano, be fair now. Kalano, let's be fair. Let's stick to the issue. George Kalano, Councilor Kalano. The men are listening though. That already said the men are listening.
But George, it's disappointing for you to be a lawyer to be speaking like this. A statute that was enacted by Kassel Ko and Musa Belete, and you say something different. George, you can support your side but speak the truth. I'm supporting Mustafa Raji, but I'm quoting facts. I'm quoting the statute. What I'm doing.
Yeah, you're not giving a chance to ask you a question, man. You're just talking plenty.
I'm speaking the truth. I'm quoting the statute. Why the two are supporting Mustafa Raji? I'm quoting the statute.
So let me Councilor Kalando. Let me bring in the other guys. Let me come to you, Agelas. Let's make it quick because we get 4 more minutes to spend with Diesel. So on this issue is very big. Let's hear you, Tama.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. Minister Wilson, it's a pleasure to see you, and good evening, colleagues. Anna, it's a pleasure. I have followed the LFA ongoing issue for some time now. For me, there are 3 points I'd like to make briefly, and I'll ask a question. A, is LFA a public entity, or is LFA a private institution which is governed by its own rules and regulation? According to LFA's own guidelines that I read online, LFA's constitution, which is enacted by the LFA Congress, is the highest decision-making body. So these rules established within the LFA, if it is a private institution, of course, anyone who is associating must abide by those rules. The second aspect I want to say is that is Quo's contention being that he's arguing double jeopardy, which means he's already served his time, he's been rehabilitated, and now he's been refused participation in the election process. And then the final thing I'm going to say is until he goes and submit himself to the election progress, I don't see the Supreme Court ruling in his favor. That's my one assumption. But I think once he goes through the process and submits himself, then the Supreme Court can interpret what the law is saying. And you, Mr. Wilson, I know that you support the incumbent, Raji. Why will you not allow Mr. Quo to be a contestant in this race?
It is not my call. Nobody denied Mr. Quo from being a contestant. Mr. Quo is a Liberian. He's a member of the Liberia Football Association. He has his right to contest. The problem Mr. Quo has is the eligibility criteria. There where his problem is. The eligibility criteria. Once he submits himself to that process, then they check number one, whether he's 35 years of age. They check whether your house will graduate or you get above, right? Then they check whether you got a criminal conviction. It's all in the guideline. Stanton has the guideline populated. There is where Mr. Quo has his problem. Nobody is stopping him from contesting. Nobody.
And
he has not submitted himself to the process.
Is the LFA considered a public institution, Mr.
The
Wilson?
LFA is an independent autonomous agency governed by the rules of the LFA statute, like you said, FIFA, CAF, and WAFU statute. And FIFA, CAF, WAFU, they all frown on third-party interference, meaning government interference or ordinary court interference. FIFA has a mechanism for dispute resolution. They have a code for the code of arbitration for sports, CAS, is based in Lausanne, Switzerland. any issue that has to do with football matter, FIFA said it must be resolved the football way. Take it to the court. Mr. Cole knows that. If you look at the LFA statute, Regulation 27, it tells you if anybody who a member state, member association, you leave LFA or football matter and take it to a common court, LFA can suspend you. You can even forfeit your membership. Mr. Cole knows the rule. He knows what he's doing. He's using the code because he wants to circumvent the process put in place by FIFA, CAF, WAFU, and the LFA is abiding by. That is his problem.
And finally, Bro Wilson, will you say the incumbent, the current president, Mr. Raji, do you think he supported the change of the constitution to basically safeguard his election for a third term?
We got
He was not president at the time. He was not president. He was on Musa Belede and Kaseko. Kaseko was vice president of Musa Belede. Well, all the thing was done. Now he's running around acting like somebody want to be afraid of him. He's changing the law. No, he changed the rule.
But let me bring in also about Zizo. Let me be fair now. It wasn't only cassette that signed on the document. You understand when that thing was signed, cassette was in America here 7 times. Number one.
It was here administration.
Yeah, but hold on 1 minute now. Because you said cassette signed on it. So let's be fair.
No. I didn't sign on it. You were not president.
Chief, I gotta hold you guys. Raji signed on it too. Raji signed on it. So they all agreed that Richardson. So you can't make this as if to say that Kase alone here, Musa Belete alone signed on this thing. Raji was
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
You
it was their administration.
No, but you insinuated that Kase and Musa Belete alone signed on it. Let me bring you.
No, I didn't say that alone. I said the administration.
My man, yeah, but you gotta be fair with the people. You say you gotta say even your man.
I always say administration. The administration.
Okay, let me bring in Russell. Russell, this is getting heated by the way, and we'll get to the B Mountain. We'll get to the $45 million supplementary budget. We'll get to President Boaga trip to Ethiopia and ask and beg the African Union. We'll get to all the other story out there. But let's finish with the LFA thing. This is big. Everybody taking a position, Russell. And I think that FIFA got to be very clear. And they are not. FIFA is not clear.
FIFA is clear.
No, my own opinion, FIFA not clear. FIFA playing game here.
Your opinion is wrong.
So
FIFA is clear.
Ahead, Russell. No, they are not clear. Russell, let's go ahead.
Thank you, Stanton. It's great seeing everyone. My beautiful cousin, it's nice seeing you and all of the panelists and the listeners and viewers. Mr. Wilson, thanks for joining us and joining the platform. I just have one simple question. What is the role, I don't know if you've answered it already, but what is the role of the government? Because I know in this country, for example, the government has no role to play in these different sports associations, whether it's the NBA or the NBA or the MLS or any of these sporting groups. Now, if there was some sort of conflict or some sort of issue, the government will come in as an arbitrator to try to resolve the matter. But all matters related to the functioning, the operation, and everything else, as long as everybody is playing fairly, the government, stays away. And what I know is that FIFA does not like government, does not like politics, governmental or electoral politics. What is the role of the Liberian government in the Liberian Football Association or any of the sports governing agencies or bodies in the country?
Well, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, the government entity that oversees all sporting activities in Liberia, making sure that government policy on a specific discipline is being carried out through the various federations. However, government does not interfere into the federation's affairs. If there are disputes, like you said, like in 2018, when there was a dispute in the LFA, I called both parties to try to intercede. It was not working, and I reached out to FIFA to come in and help resolve the problem. And I understand the current minister met with both parties as well. That's what we can do. We can't impose ourselves on it. We can't interfere. We get FIFA to come in. In 2018, FIFA came and FIFA identified the problem and FIFA pressed for a resolution and they resolved the problem and they went to elections. That's it.
So from your vantage point, what is the problem? What do you think is behind all of this fracas?
Well, what I see is that Mr. Kuo knows that he will not qualify to contest the 11th presidency. So he's creating this euphoria in the country that people are going after him, that the current 11th leadership want to stop him from contesting, and they change the rules and they're doing this. And that is why it's happening in the country, and it's creating he has not even subjected himself to the process. Under the legal term, he has no injury. He's no party to the process. In fact, 2 days before the deadline expired for candidate registration, it was when Mr. Kuo had a court to put an injunction on the process. He has no injury. He has not subjected himself to the process to be denied. But he kept telling people they don't want me to run, which is not true. That is why we are trying to clarify the issue that, look, the law existed. Nobody trying to govern Mr. Kuo. And in fact, there are 13 positions up for election. And each of the positions is subject to the same eligibility criteria. Each of them. It's like you need to get the president, the vice presidents, if we're running, the executive committee members, they are all subjected to the same eligibility criteria.
Thank you.
Welcome. How's it do?
Thank you very much. Let's bring in Emmanuel George. Emmanuel, do you have a question? Because we got to do this in quick now.
Yes, I do, and it's not going to take as long as the others. I think we have a brief question. The first is to ask the Honorable Minister, former Minister of Youth and Sport. How long have Mr. Rajit been the head of the LFA?
Since 2018.
Okay. And you describe him as the best head of LFA in Liberian history since 1936. So what I'm going to ask you, just yes or no to any one of these points. Have Liberia qualified for the African Cup of Nations under his tenure? Have Liberia qualified for World Cup under his tenure? Have Liberia won any major international trophy under his tenure?
No. So
I show Mr. Minister, that when it comes to sports, especially football, you are noted to be great if you can qualify for the big leagues and big champions and bring trophy home. Have any of our local team won any of the local leagues in Africa?
No.
Honor his tenure since 2018, so we have not
gone. You
said he was the greatest. So since 2018,
I said the best, yes, and I can justify that.
Okay, but Mr. Minister, the best depends on you qualifying, winning trophies, and bringing trophy back home. We have not won that since 2018.
So yeah, you are right. It's part of the criteria, but however, if you look at the infrastructure development of Liberian football and the programs that are included, you will see that Mustafa has brought a lot of infrastructure development, because that is the bedrock. Having infrastructure, better playing pitch, having better programs to develop talent. All these things will pay us somewhere down the line. So he has laid that foundation that no other president of LFA have laid. That's what I mean the best.
The time you were playing and we qualify for African Cup of Nations.
When I was playing, we didn't qualify.
No, I mean, yeah. When the George, we are 11 qualified for African Cup of Nations, and we have one team to beat to go to World Cup at that time. So you want to say that the person who was the LFA director, we won't mark him in Liberian history as the best up to now?
Listen to me. There have been, like I said, don't take my word for it. There are two LFA presidents, Musa Hassan Belede and Senator Melvin Snow, who have said the same thing I'm saying, because they were LFA president before, and Shima Mustafa Raji has done. Okay? Look, national team qualifying is not an issue you can put on the FA if the government does not play its part. Look, the FA is only the manager of the national team. The government of Liberia is a financier. So if LFA gave program, say, look, government of Liberia to Ministry of Youth and Sports, this is the program we want to institute for our team to qualify. This is how much money we need to do it. If the government does not give that money, my dear, but how do you blame LFA? How? You can't bring no federation because the LFA is only the manager. The national teams are owned by the government of Liberia. The FA is just the manager. I want to get that clarification so people can understand that.
I have more
so
time.
In the absence of government funding, there's not much you can do, my dear brother.
Yeah, Mr. Minister, you have provoked a lot of questions in my mind, but I don't have all the time.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me bring in Vanilla. Welcome to the show. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. It's good to see you again.
Mandela Patrick.
Yes, sir. So I listened to you. You mentioned that Mr. Quo is afraid to contest.
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
You mentioned that he's afraid because he will not be eligible to contest. And that's why he's making the noise and creating chaos. So I'm interested in knowing what is that fear he has that is making him very uncomfortable to go through the process. He has now submitted himself to the eligibility test. And so he issued an injunction in the court rule. So I'm interested in knowing what is that fear that you personally know he's afraid of?
A criminal conviction is an eligibility criteria. His criminal conviction.
Is there anywhere in LFA rule and FIFA rule that clearly states that once you have a criminal conviction, even if you serve your sentence, you cannot contest for the presidency or
no, then you can't contest. You can't be president. He can submit his document to contest the position, but the position has eligibility criteria. Article 45.4 of the LFA statute state that Stanton has a lane share the statute with people. Article 45.4. It is stated in there. In fact, the election guideline is in the guideline as well. It's in the election guideline as well. It's an integrity check that FIFA require every federation to have. And LFA has it. Like, it's not you need LFA alone. It's an integrity check.
If that is the case, then Pella may say, Akpe.
No, it will not be Akpe. It will not be Akpe.
It's in the statute.
Fandela, again, I just put it in there. You say Article 58.1. I just put it in the chat room. I think it's vague. It's not.
I said 45.4. Look at 45.4.
But you
yeah, but you get it. Oh, it's not in the chat room. I'm not seeing that yet.
It's there.
Okay,
it's
I just seen it.
Yeah.
But
wait 1 minute.
45.4. Yeah.
Okay. So these
okay, read. Let me read.
Yeah.
Let me read.
Wait.
Yeah, Vendela,
you let her read too much. That's why you can get in trouble. Wait.
No, I thought you sent it for me to read, CEO.
No,
sorry, I thought you sent it for me to read it.
But let me read it. Why you want to read it,
can you call it and send
okay,
it
but then let
us?
me read it now because I said so let me just read it for the audience, please.
Yeah, let me read it, please.
Bibi, wait. Bibi, don't listen to Zoka. That only one moderator. Can you call it like that post?
No, me, I got evidence now. Let me read it.
Bibi, you probably got a problem. Call the screenshot the thing and send
it. But let me read it for the screenshot.
Yeah, screenshot. Hey, I beg you, Chi. Let's go to full day. I mean, full day. We get
no, they are all who listening. Let me read it for the public, please. Let the public.
Yeah, please.
You have an internet problem. Later, you're not hearing us.
The big internet problem.
Screenshot it first, VP, and send it. We're allowed to read it. But Fumi, let's go.
Vendela, the main way.
Don't listen. Screenshot it to me. Put your mentor. Let's go, man.
For the LFA stuff, I will pass on that. So that has it go ahead.
All right, I said former deputy minister of football. Talk to my friend.
Well, thank you. And it's good to be on, Chief. Nice to have you on. You know, Minister Wilson was my boss, will be my boss, and has always been my boss. But I'm sorry to say tonight we are not on the same team. So,
no problem.
You know, when we are on the opposite team, we can fight very well. First off, on a serious basis, let me just for disclosure purposes, I've never met Cool or whatever the name is. The only person I've had the privilege of having an interaction with that I didn't appreciate though was Raji. Unfortunately, I didn't see him coming forward as an honest person. I saw him as arrogant the very first time we met him. You know how the youth post is always there. I must be clear. I even tried talking to him before, and the responses did not seem like a person with a leadership tendency that I would love. Just to be clear, I personally do think Mr. Raji should not be the LFA president going forward. But to you, specifically, Mr. Wilson, we should be very clear and pointed to the things we're discussing. Of recent, you served as the Minister of Youth and Sports under the past government when Mr. Raji was, of course, the LFA president as well. But of recent, you did criticize your own government and said the government did not do much in terms of football and soccer. And at the time you were speaking of, Mr. Raji was the president. But let me remind you, under your administration, when Mr. Raji was the president of LFA, Lone Star did not forfeit participating in any tournament. Monies were provided for every single tournament that Lone Star needed to participate in. Monies were provided for every single trainings that Lone Star should have participated in, including the APT team, including the under 17, including the under 20.
I said, let me interrupt you. I beg you, Chief. Hey, I say, I know you're in Liberia, you allow me to. When you're in Liberia, you're a good person. Or else we're going to send Gregory Coleman to arrest you. But you're a good person. Let me bring in Cassell Cole. Cassell, welcome to the show. Let me bring you in, Cassell. Yes, let me bring you in. You are live.
How you doing, guys?
Good. Just real quick. I know you are not well. Let me ask you the question quick.
I'm so sorry, my voice is bad. I have cold, but I can be able to just say a few things.
Yeah, I gotta ask you quickly, Cassell. Yeah, quickly, let me ask you, I'm begging you. My first question is two things former Minister Zoga Wilson brought up, right? One, if you are a convicted criminal or you was convicted, you serve your term, you cannot run for that position, the president of LFA. Two, were you part of the team that signed to give Raji third term? Two questions from me, that's it. Can you clarify, please? What am I going again? Oh, my question through the mail. How's it?
Maybe the network.
Yeah, the message signal. So probably the signal came up.
No, the man got to answer the two questions. We can't let.
Yeah, but we can be going on until he comes back on. I'm sure it's the internet. And I'm not in Liberia, by the way. I'll be in Liberia soon. So
Yeah,
as I was saying, Minister Weston, hope I don't lose.
Sorry, because somebody called me on a direct call for the internet. I'll call direct now.
Good. So is this Cassell?
Yeah, this is Cassell.
I mean, when you change your number, you gave me a different number. Okay, go ahead.
So, in the LFA statute, Article 58.1 says, once you are found guilty of a criminal offense, it says they shall not have been found guilty of criminal offense. That is the LFA statute. Okay. What Zoga is claiming that I was part of those that signed the statute, that agreed to that statute, and what have you, is something that I will not say yes to, because I don't know which year it was placed in the statute. I'm made to believe that it got there when I was incarcerated. But let's agree that I was present and we signed it, that if you are found guilty, you cannot participate to be president of the federation. Let's agree that I was present and we signed it. That still doesn't change the fact that if I'm injured I cannot seek redress at the court because that law in itself is ambiguous. So at the time, I agree, at the time I was signing it, I wasn't injured. I don't know that it could have harmed me in the future, and I signed it. Now, looking at my investment, looking at what I know I can do for football, looking at what I know I can deliver for the entire country, I said, no, I want to contest for presidency. But this law must bar me. So what can I do? After seeking my counselors, all my lawyers, after getting them to understand this is the statute, what can we do? And they said, you are protected by the Constitution. So we took the matter to court, and we got redress in the court because it is clear that anyone who guilty and said the pre-conviction right should be restored. So what is different from Kazakwa and that of the other people who are benefited from the Constitution? And for one example, I will give the example.
Go ahead, Kasel, we hear you.
Any law, it's going to be any law, any statute, any decree that is inconsistent with the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia, that law is inconsistent in itself. So it is clear and protected. So what Suga, Raji, and all these guys are doing, they are the one that is putting Liberia at harm when it comes to FIFA. Because it is clear. In 2018, our statute used to be college graduates, for example. Raji submitted to the executive committee and election committee fake college credential, fake college document that he graduated from Corita University. After they received those documents, John Solo challenged those documents at the court that Raji did not graduate from university. And after Raji challenged those documents, he put on a John Solo put on a injunction on the election process. What happened? The court said the court got involved in the matter, and stakeholders pulled together, and they harmonized the statute and reduced the college curriculum to mere high school graduate. That's how Raji was able to run in 2018. It is a similar situation we are faced with right now, and Raji is adamant he don't want to do the right thing. I will say something again, and settle. There is a law that's applicable to stakeholders if you don't want to use the court. Because why I went to the court was constitutional situation. It wasn't taking football matter to court. I believe my constitutional rights have been violated. So, 26 stakeholders asked the FA for extraordinary Congress so as to amend the statute to remove the criminal conviction clause or to amend that clause that when you have guilty and said you should participate. When we went and submitted that document to the FA, because Rajiv just wants to go on white ballot and he don't want to get a container, Rajiv said 4 of the people who wrote for extraordinary Congress withdrew their signatures with no evidence. So we appealed the decision of the FA. The appeal committee ruled in our favor. What Rajiv did next was he sat on the appeal committee ruling and disbanded the appeal committee so that we don't go for the extraordinary Congress.
So Kasel, you go in deep. I hope you can feel better and join us on set one of these days. But I want you to hold on there real quick. So I have listened to you. Give him a chance now to come up with a counter. Then then you can leave. I back in you. Just hold on. Diesel, I think he's making some serious. Kasel is making some serious argument here. Diesel, can you unmute? We're not hearing you. Unmute yourself. Diesel, just unmute yourself one time. Don't do it again. Just do it. There you go. Okay. Good. Yeah.
I don't know why.
Leave it. You're good now. Go ahead with it. Nande. All right. Hold on 1 minute.
And I'm holding it in my hands.
Okay, you're good now. So yeah,
Mr.
go ahead.
Kuo is entitled to his opinion, but not on facts. So Mr. Kuo said that under the Constitution, his rights after being convicted of a criminal act was restored. I don't disagree with him. Yes, he has a contest. However, the position he's contesting for has eligibility criteria that he himself related to it. The criminal conviction is there, was put up by his administration. So that is clear. So he's eligible to contest. But the eligibility criteria, that is his problem that he related to. Secondly, Mr. Kuo said that in 2018, the criteria were college graduate, and they changed it to high school because of Mr. Raji. That is not true. There was, because like I said, I was one to do that, ask people to come. That statute in question was ambiguous. You can hear me? That statute was ambiguous. It was FIFA identified the problem and asked for the extraordinary section for that to be corrected, which was done because the LFA Congress is a higher decision-making body, and they corrected that. Mr. Kuo also said that 26 teams submitted a document to call an extraordinary Congress. He's right, they did, but there's a problem. There were 5 teams on our list who had just been promoted and had not been qualified, certified. They didn't have voting rights. So under no condition, their signature, the president's signature, should have appeared on that document. That's strike 1. Strike 2, there were 4 other presidents who said their names were forged. Their signature were forged on that document. That is why Mr. Kiase Kuo attempted to amend that eligibility criteria did not go through. That was the reason why he did not have the required signature. And I want to make that very clear to everybody.
Okay, so I know where we are right now. Kasa, you want to give your last word? Yes, then we'll bring you back on when you're available. You're coming studio. You got anything last to say?
Allowing Raji that you'll be giving misinformation to the public. Number one, no guy is not appointed on the statute than myself. As the second vice president of the Football Association before. So I understand the statute in and out. This is the first thing Zoga said that is wrong. Zoga said the 5 teams who are new members cannot sign the document for extraordinary Congress.
I did not say so. I said it's signed, but they were not voting rights people. I didn't say that they signed it. I said it, they signed it. They did not have voting rights.
The document calling for extraordinary Congress. Signing document calling for extraordinary Congress is different from voting at Congress. That's the first thing you should know.
Only people who have the voting right to sign that document can say, you know the rule. Okay, all right. I'm sorry, Captain. I'm sorry.
The statute says 50% of delegates who are members. In the statute, there's a 6.1. You go to 36.1. You read it, sugar, and then you interpret it to the people. It says delegates who are members can sign for extraordinary Congress. So the 5 clubs you are talking about, our new members, they were already considered as delegates who are members. When we're going to go to vote, when we're going to go to the Congress, that extraordinary Congress, they wasn't going to be eligible to vote, but they are eligible because their team is on the rooftop.
So Cassell, because we gotta go, I know. Listen, you were coming once you feel better this week. Just drink a lot of pepper soup. Please don't go where you shouldn't go. It will make you even more sick. But I know, leave all the hot chicken, eat some American, chicken. Leave the country chicken, you'll get better, okay? And we're gonna bring you on, my man. This thing that you just clarified that if they can amend the guidelines about the criminal conviction, it gave way for you and all other people to be eligible. I mean, let's wait and see what the court say. But I think we are coming somewhere.
The court already ruled. We went to the court with an issue. We took the LFA electoral guidelines to the court.
Yeah, I understand, but my question is now, since you say the court of Liberia have ruled, would FIFA accept it? The federation accept the court ruling?
Definitely. Listen, FIFA always accepts.
What was the ruling?
I will tell you instantly.
Ask me what was the ruling in the court.
So what was the ruling? What was the ruling? So guys asking, what was the ruling? What did the court say?
You didn't just go to court to complain. You took something to the court. It's either you asked the court to.
What did you ask the court? What did you pray for?
Okay. We asked the court that count 4 and 5 of the electoral guidelines, we state that when you are convicted of a crime or any kind of fraud, you are not eligible to contest. We asked the court, we made the court understand that it was against my constitutional right. So we wanted the court to make it clear that I have the right to contest. What is all part of consent? So the court having that in their hand, the first thing the NFA prayed for, the NFA asked that the court dismiss the matter because that matter shouldn't be taken to court. That was the first thing the NFA asked for. The court declared the NFA motion to dismiss and told the NFA that that was the competent court of jurisdiction because FIFA court cannot answer to constitutional matters. That was the ground to dismiss the NFA motion to dismiss. Now,
Why was the court ruling, my brother?
The court ruled that Kasser Core is illegible to contest. What Joker is making mistake is when the court said he should avail himself to the process. Joker in his mind and others who are on the opposition, they believe that when the court said avail himself to the process, it means when I apply the election committee with the based on the fact that I was convicted.
So let's hold it there because we're going to bring you at Becky. We got to go to you at Becky Cassell. I know we're going to bring you on the show on Spoon, and we'll do this on a one-on-one to hear both of you. Have you applied? Have you applied that you will be contesting the presidency for? Okay. So you apply. Thank you very much. The voice of Kaseko, he will be running. He said he's applying. I want to say thank you, my friend. And we'll talk on the other side. We appreciate your calling. All right. So, Jizo, we got to go, man. We got to go. Former minister, let's just quickly, we're going to give you the closing statement here, and we'll bring the former Secretary General for LFA to close this thing and tell us who's right. You can stay on while we bring him, or you can close and leave and we'll bring him because we got to move on. Which one you so desire, my friend?
Well, is that as a Montgomery, you bring it on. I don't have to sit on because I know what your position is. So I can just close and leave you guys.
You know what position are you already?
As a Montgomery?
No, I'm Montgomery.
As a Montgomery.
So
okay.
Let's bring him on. Let's bring him on.
Yeah, let you introduce yourself quickly.
Okay, so Dr. Williams, you're live on Spoon, sir. Speak.
Yeah, how you doing?
Oh, Dr. Williams, I'm a family member.
Yeah, speak loud now so we can hear you.
Yeah, I hope. Can you all hear me?
Speak, my man.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you, Dr. Williams. Go ahead, sir. We can hear you.
How you doing? Yeah. So listen, people. Kasser Core is a representation of what's wrong with our country and that needs to be fixed. Kasser is
by virtue of being president of a club, is eligible to contest. But is he qualified to contest? There are qualification requirements for anyone contesting the FA election, especially the presidency. This man was a sitting vice president. He was a sitting vice president who was convicted of a crime. He served his time, came to Liberia. One of the problems we have, and you'll see an article that I put out, should come out tomorrow by sending a copy to Dr. Brooklyn, is that the FA, the Executive Committee, and the Minister of Youth and Sports, were derelict in their responsibilities. People like that should have been expelled from football. He should have been expelled. That man should not have come back from prison and assume the presidency of a football club. Without the FA, a sitting vice president who was convicted of 490 people, over $9.5 million, comes back to the country. And no investigation is undertaken by the FA, nor the Minister of Youth and Sports especially. The sitting Minister of Youth and Sports at the time, Cole Bangalo, was chair of the FA Ethics Committee. Andy Kwame was Deputy Minister for Sports. The ministry failed in its supervisory role. And so we got the license and the audacity of National Co-op to walk around this town, take the FA to court. The FA has done
Dr. Brooklyn, can we ask Dr. William a question, please?
Okay, Dr. William, hold on. I want to ask you a question. Hold on, Doc.
Yeah, but Dr. William, if you listen to us, though, you want to blame Cassell on the loophole from FA. I mean, he is taking advantage of the loophole. You say Cole Bangaloo, you blame him, Andy Kwame, and everybody at the time, though. But Cassell found a loophole here. He found this loophole that he's taking advantage of. Why not give him a chance and you look at later, revise the Constitution and make it even more stringent for the incoming of the next generation? But you can blame Cassell. The failure of Zoka Wilson, the failure of Cole Bangaloo, the failure of Musa Hassan Benete have given chance to Cassell to contest.
Go ahead, Dr. Williams, speak.
Standard, the FA operates by its statutes. As I speak to you, if General Secretary of the FA, have been disqualified from contesting elections because I've been out of the country for over 15 years. I must have been in it for 2 years before the elections. I haven't been in the country. I was aspiring to be an executive committee member. All right? Based on some of the very leadership deficits that we're experiencing today at the FA. Now, Cassell is no different. The idea of compromising and letting him go, he's not qualified. The statutes will not change, must not change, will not be changed for Cassell. So Cassell needs to pack his bag and go sit somewhere else.
But Dr. William, can we go back to my question, sir? Yeah, but Dr. William.
Yeah, but listen, Doc, hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
We hope you can come on Sunday too, because I'm going to bring Cassell in here. I'm saying to you, they are taking advantage of a system that you guys put in place and allow the system now to be interpreted by the court. There is no way to say he shouldn't try. If the court says, man, we can't give you this thing, it's clear. All of people have taken advantage of the same scenario that you are laying out. Look at Raji. They brought the thing down, the high school situation from George Solo. And again, you can't blame Cassell for trying. Are you blaming Cassell for trying? I think you should allow him to try and let the system work.
The court is saying to Cassell, you cannot raise the issue that has not taken place. Cassell has not applied. He needs to first apply and be rejected. He hasn't applied. He needs to apply and get rejected by, and he will be rejected by the election.
to a committee based on the statutes and the guidelines. He's not qualified. And that's what the court is saying. We cannot determine as a court. First of all, the constitutionality is above us. It's at the Supreme Court. But as far as your participation is concerned, you are club president, you're eligible to contest. Go apply. After you apply, it is within the confines of the statutes to determine whether you're qualified.
Thank you.
And I said to you, Sergeant, I
Yes,
applied.
sir.
I'm a general secretary. When I looked at the guidelines, because my application was in the works before the guidelines came out, and the 2-year clause, I had to back out. So CASA will go through that as well. We will not, and we must not change the rules to accommodate anybody. More so is the audacity that this man believed that he ought to be president of the FA. It's unfortunate.
Thank you very much, Dr. Williams. It's good. I hope we can bring you back on, Dr. Bopler. Thank you for bringing Dr. Williams. We do appreciate your call. We will have you in studio one of these days. Diesel, give me the final word here because we got to jump in our other political issues, sir. Again, Diesel, 1 minute. Diesel, 1 minute. I beg it's only fair to give the former Youth and Sport Minister, Minister Ko Bangalu, because we are calling his name. Let's give him a chance. Let him weigh in here. It's only fair. Minister, welcome to the show. You know, thank you for calling in. I was trying to find your number. Let's talk about the situation at hand.
Well, thank you so much for allowing me. I've really tried to refrain from making statements about the FA elections like any other member association because we are guarded by the fact that these are critical times. I just wanted to provide clarity when Dr. Williams mentioned my name and mentioned I was chair of the ethics committee of the FA. That is a falsity. I never ever chair ethics committee of the FA. My role with the FA was with the first instant vote. The second thing I would like to state is that there is, and Zoga is aware, there is strictly non-involvement of government in football matters.
Yep.
Any attempt to interfere, the country risks a lot of penalties. All we can do is to work with the member associations to ensure that there is sanity at all times. But to say you can get directly involved, like the William with the former Secretary General is insinuating, that you can get involved by saying this association cannot be a member of the FA or this person cannot be a member. I mean, I'm surprised that he doesn't know that you cannot do that as a government. It's strictly with the FA and they determine who their members are and they determine how they operate consistent with their statute. Wanted to provide that clarity. But in terms of the FA election, I will not speak to it. These are critical times. They are going to elections and we allow them to handle their matters. So I just like to provide that clarity and to debunk what he said, using my name at this critical time. We had nothing to do with the FA. We cannot determine who is a first division club. We cannot determine who is a second division club. They have their own regulations and guidelines that they must always follow, and we do not dictate how they operate. I just wanted to provide that clarification.
Minister Ko Bangalu, J. Ko Bangalu, thank you very much, Councillor. It's good for you coming on to clarify. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, guys, we're going to leave it there. Diesel, a lot of people calling in, but sorry, we got to go to our other conversation. Listen, Diesel, let's give it to you. It's good that you came out today. The Liberian people do appreciate you, by the way. And again, come again. We will try to squeeze you guys.
You give him a pardon statement.
That's what I'm doing right now. Talk to us. Yeah.
Well, again, I want to thank you for bringing me on tonight, and I want to just join Minister Ko Bangalu to say that the Ministry of Youth and Sports and the LFA did not drop any ball when it comes to Mr. Kiaseko. I respect his right to contest this election. There are no law on the books, both LFA and government of Liberia, that says if somebody committed a crime, they cannot contest anything. That is why nobody can stop Kaseko from being president of Facel FC, because there's no law on the books. I want to appreciate everybody. I just want to make one appeal to Mr. Cole. He loved the game. He loved the sport. We respect that. But I think he needs to do the honorable thing to back down from this election, because he will be disqualified. And I tell you today, Stanton, any attempt by our Supreme Court to unduly get involved, FIFA will ban Liberia. Take my word for it. I'll send you a document, look at it. See what FIFA did to four countries, Chad, Zimbabwe, India, and Pakistan. In fact, India Supreme Court, they removed the entire federation. FIFA banned that country. So, now all I have to say, I want to thank everybody for listening, and good debate we had. It was spirited, and I appreciate all of you, man. Chelsea,
so these are real quick before you go. So why we overly concerned and getting ahead of the process? Let the man apply, and the process.
Again, we gotta excuse Diesel. We have this conversation. Diesel, thank you very much, and we'll talk to you again. We do appreciate you coming on. Thanks a lot. The voice of the former Youth and Sport Minister, Asido Boss, Zoga Wilson. We do appreciate him. Gibson always calling job, okay, but the man plays some good football as a goalkeeper as well. We want to appreciate him coming on. I'd like to say to all of you, the Basel people in the house, that are both playing a Basel brother, the person from Magibi also have relationship in Basel, Vendetta Patrick, and a Lofa man went to Magibi. But anyway, we'll leave that one. Ladies and gentlemen, once again,
don't be trouble listening.
I ain't got no trap. I'm begging you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we want to say thank you very much for always joining us. Again, I want to say to all of you, it's going to be a wonderful thing for us to come together and talk about Liberia. Love Liberia, think Liberia together. We can build a beautiful country called Liberia. Let's drum in. Let's move on. We shouldn't spend more than what we have spent. It's 6 o'clock, 10 o'clock in Liberia. I want to say to you that Richard said, let's start the ball rolling, man. Went for Bangura after recovery, taken off the list. But the conviction, the indictment was on, not conviction, but the indictment was on Mawani Diggs and others. He served as deputy minister, and now he will be the government state witness. Your former SG, what say you?
Well, Stanton, as I said the last time on the show, I wish Mr. Pegura well in his endeavors. It's interesting development that is coming up. So all I can say is I wish him well. I would love for him to come on the show. I think you said you're bringing it on. So that's what I have to say about that.
Thank you very much. And let me just add, though, it's not a crime to switch and be offered a good deal. If you have a good plea bargain and you offer a good deal, you do that. So serving as a government state witness is a plus. But Fubi, what say you? The man was given a good offer, an offer he couldn't refuse.
Oh yeah. Life. You have to know how to play your cards. And I think welfare took advantage of that opportunity. Sometimes you're part of a group, and if you think that you can get away with it, and the legal system allows that. So if you, for any reason that he accepted to be a state witness instead of being on the indictment list for prosecution, I think he managed that very well, and also resigning and also going back to the old party, so that that's more the twist of politics. So those.
So you think that's a good sweet deal, and listen, politically as well, I think that what we are seeing, ladies and gentlemen. If you know Wilfred Bangura, former Secretary General Fubi, you said it right. The man will offer. The title said, "We give you an offer you can refuse." Whether that the government give it to him, or whether that Unity Party give it to him, somebody giving an offer he couldn't refuse.
Oh yeah.
Let me bring in Asido, man. Come on, what's going on? The man switch. Meswesif corresponding, and he was given a very beautiful offer.
Well, I don't know much about that. I can tell you, I have not followed that extensively, but I will say though that I know Wilfred Bangura very, very well. He's a brother, worked together. Being a state witness, I don't know from which angle at all. We'll just wait for me and see what comes out to form our opinion on what is ahead of us. But as of now, my guts and my conscience tells me that Wilfred Bangura will be doing the right thing. I don't know if he's going to say somebody took, I don't know how many million put in their pocket. I don't want to believe so because I know no one did so. We've been seeing the government, bring one case, gets flattened down, look for another one, come again. Hopefully they are still looking around and the fishing expedition never ends. But as as far as Wilfred Bangura is concerned, I've not spoken with him. Hopefully I will do after the show to actually understand what is going on, but I've had limited knowledge on it, so I don't want to say more.
Thank you very much. I mean, are you concerned, Dr. George, that not only that he flipped party, he went back to MDR, but now he will be the government mean witness in this case against Mawani Diggs and Joseph Howe and the rest of them?
Yeah, I'm concerned. I mean, legally, everyone will make decisions in life that protects their interests. and his decision to be a state witness is based on his interest and how much the state has been able to put before him for him to make the decision to be a state witness. So legally, that sounds good. But politically, that way I have the challenge. He signed from the CMC, and he somersaulted to the MDR, which happens to be the party of the vice president. That is where I have my challenge. I mean, if he have gone to be a common citizen and not taking up leadership position in the MDR, even asking to represent the MDR here on this platform, I will have no concern with Mr. Bangura. But the fact that he's becoming a state witness and offering to work with the party of the vice president, that shows a very negative signal to me. And I show if the MDR folks are listening to this, they should actually ask Mr. Bangura to play a background role and not come on spoon to represent them.
Hey, can you say that again? So they will put him in the bag. Politics that hot in Liberia and sweet. They put in and catch their own fish. You see them leave it in the water. What kind of politics you're wrong?
Well, every political party will know their interest and know what to point. Look, we are becoming a very educated, very literate and sensitive country. We can use some backs from Mr. Bangura in 2029 to speak against the MDR that is running. It doesn't. If I was with the MDR, we won't have Mr. Bangura representing us at any stage since he have decided to be a state witness. But they have the political decision to make. Politically, it's not a wise decision.
No, but I'm not understanding your argument yet, though. Even if they go ahead and take your party chairman, Councillor Gould, Lafayette Gould, right, and bring him over to Unity Party or MDR, are you saying that they should keep him quiet because he lives in your party?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: Mr. Bangura was charged with a crime.
When was he charged? When was he charged?
Mr. Bangura was part of an indictment, even though his name was not listed. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
When? No, get the story straight. Now you say he was charged.
Let me correct this. He was part of an investigation. Mr. Bangura was part of an investigation.
Who told you that? You have any document that he was part of an investigation?
You have mentioned it several times here.
No.
But why do you think he's a state witness?
I'm not a state witness. I'm asking you, Dr. George. Dr. George, hold on 1 minute now, Dr. George. We got to be fair here. Do you have anything that Mr. Bangura was charged or he was investigated?
No, I corrected myself. I said he was not charged. Yes, he was investigated. Why?
Do you have anything? Who told you that?
You cannot be a state witness except the state have done some form of investigation on you and the level for which they're going to put you on the stand. You think they're going to put you on the stand because the prosecutor woke up one morning and believed that this very perfect man can be on the stand and there was a state witness, the key state witness, as it's being reported?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can be a state witness. They will take it for some inquiry, but you can be a state witness to do that means.
But the inquiry is investigation. It's part
no,
of the
it's not a kind of investigation that they give the honest people. If they offer you,
they will find that this person have
man,
information.
you confusing me. Then you say that Unity Party or MDR shouldn't go ahead. Let me bring in Vendetta Patrick, though, and we'll go to Cap Hassan and Jefferson. Yeah, it's okay. I love to have an argument with you, my man. Vendetta, what are we seeing in Liberia today? You in Liberia, Vendetta, help me. The MDR Unity Party na cash a big buka. The message put it by don't let the man talk, don't let the man come on show. Is that something you buy here politically, VP?
So I don't know who said the man should not come on the show, but one thing I like to say here, Mr. Wilfred Bangura is a professional individual. He's had a school that is undisputed. He has a record of credibility. He served as Deputy Minister for Administration at the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. He believes in his conviction, political conviction, and that's why he was expelled from MDR in 2023. And he stood by his words. So now that the asset recovery, I don't want to speak for them, but based on my own observation, they have indicted the key suspect, that is the minister proper, the former minister proper, and Bangura being somebody who served as Deputy Minister for Administration, sometimes acting as minister proper in the absence of the minister. I think he's somebody of interest. And at any point in time, the state can decide as to what they can do to use somebody to serve as state witness. Say he served in that official capacity as Deputy Minister for Administration. So I don't think it is a crime. This is a usual legal practice where it becomes a legal necessity for somebody to act in that context. I don't want us to prejudice Mr. Bangura that he's serving as state witness because it is a compromise, or perhaps the man wants safety. I know him about his credibility, and I can voice for him, voice of what has happened. So, I mean, it's a regular thing that has happened. He's not the first person. In other previous cases, in Honor Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, Honor George Weah, other people serve as state witnesses. And the matter was adjudicated properly and they move on. So let's see what happens. But I'm not too sure whether he
thank you, VP. Yeah, I disagree with that, VP. I like with the last thing you added, that whether he bought his way. If they offer him and the offer was a unique offer, he went for it. But to say that he bought his way, I agree with you. I don't think he did. Well, let me bring it back. I'm saying I agree with you. I'm agreeing with you. He didn't buy his way, VP. I'm agreeing with what you are saying.
Based on what I heard Dr. George say, I think we're stopping halfway with this issue. We are only looking at the conviction. Dr. George is tying the conviction to the vice president. I think I heard you say that, right? The vice president political party.
I know you got to defend your cousin, Dr. George.
I'm not defending him. I'm just saying what I heard.
He can tell your own. I know you got to defend your cousin, Dr. George. Yeah. The man said the man shouldn't talk because the man have repented. I mean, what kind of opposition are they? The woman ran away from the show. She defended her cousin.
No one is stopping Mr. Bangura.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm saying that if I was part of that political movement,
I mean, you're not part of it. It's very different.
The vice president party, the fact that he has been offered overnight a deal, you saying a deal that he accepts. Let us see. We're going to go. Let's see whether he gets more money, and then they believe that he had no part to play in this issue at the Ministry of Commerce. He signed no document, nothing. They just pick it one day and say you will be state witness. Then other
listen, let me bring Kev Hassan, because I believe that Dr. George, let me say this is political situation that is happening in Liberia. Every side want to win, right? I believe when your man used to take you and carry you to Dr. Richardson, you go visit her man. Dr. Richardson used to comb your hair and bathe you and take you around so she stay protecting you. Get past that. I hear you. Yeah, man. That long time, I hear the woman bring on the show. This is the man, right? So I'm a smoke us here. Get past that. I hear you, man.
Let me say hi to to everybody on this show. You know, Dr. George, you're saying the right thing, but you're saying it with a smile. I don't think we should be smiling with something like this. Because you're absolutely saying the right thing, Dr. George. Because what they are saying, I can commit a crime so long I join them, that's okay. That's exactly what the Unity Party is saying. You can see it with the fella, you can see it with this. To them, their narrative, they will paint you, they will address you, they will do everything and say you're a criminal, but you join them, you're from Saul to Paul. The party of the Unity Party, that Saul to Paul party. You join them, you no more Saul. You come up with an indictment, you put the man's name on it, you take the man's name on the list. We are going through any proceeding and see what the man get to offer and everything. You put the man, and the man say I resigning for CMC. You say, before we get to the grand jury on the highway, you take the man's name off. Are we joking here? You know, listen to my brother VP. This is a man who stood up and fight this kind of thing. I don't know what happened, but what Unity Party doing is they will squeeze you to the corner. They will use your belly against yourself, and then you have to speak for them. We are going back to a days that you gotta be for me or against me. If you're against me, I will push you to the wall. Unity Party is taking this country to a dark days, but people taking it for joke. You're taking it for joke.
All right, let's go ahead. You come up with that same preaching story again. We talk politics here. You said dark days. Let me go ahead and bring in Tama, then we'll go to Johnson Chelsea. Kev, let me bring in Tama and we'll go to Jeff. Tama, this is pure politics. It's nothing to do with dark days. But Kev, we're feeling with you now. Kev, they think get hurt. We're feeling with you. Let me bring in Tama. Tama, go ahead.
Thank you.
People won't win election. You said dark days. Tama, let me hear you, man.
Thank you so much. You know, Liberia, even though we are 4 years to the general election in 2029, but every indictment or misstep or mishap that happened with the government of the day, the opposition is ready to pounce on it. Like, I don't know this Mr. Bangura fella, but I heard he's a professional, a consummate professional, and he has worked within government. However, it is not unheard of, criminal investigation being led by the government to try to get a state witness to flip. They call that snitching. Sometimes we have all heard that word, by passing or in the movies. When you snitch, which means not only you are supposed to be indicted, but you agree to basically become state witness. Now, if this is what is happening in this fourth arrest indictment, then it is a win for the government and it should be a slam dunk. This is why I say government needs to move faster and try to get conviction in the court of law. We shouldn't also be surprised to note that, in Liberia, where people have regularly switched parties, even some of us here on the show have done it in recent times. It is their right under the Constitution, but it impacts credibility, right? But these are the people sometimes in our political settings that Liberian people have voted for. So look, I think the Unity Party, is proceeding in a way that to get indictment in a court of law. And if this Bangura fellow has turned to stay witness, so be it. But we want to see action. The Liberian people are eager to see more indictment, more prosecutions, and more conviction in the court of law. And I think that's the only way we will believe that the fight against corruption and impunity is proceeding as per the arrest agenda. And that's how I see it. Thank you. Dr. Richardson.
Who talking? Are we good?
Yeah, Russell done.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't hearing everybody. Brother Russell. Yeah, Brother Russell, can you go ahead, Chief? Dr. Richardson, you're muted. Oh, that Jeff? It doesn't matter though. I mean, you and Jeff.
You can go ahead, Jeff.
I mean, once you talk, Jeff talks, so it doesn't matter.
Good afternoon to all, or good evening from your end, wherever you are. Okay, so thank you, Stanton. So Stanton, frankly speaking, I know Wilfred. I've interacted with him, and I don't believe in my mind that he was guilty or is guilty or anything. That is why they use him as a state witness. I don't want to believe that. I believe he's innocent on our laws. And secondly, using state witness in a case is nothing wrong. It's a normal, a legal procedure. So it's a normal proceeding. But I want to say one thing here, and today, if Samuel Tuer decides to resign from the CDC and join the Unity Party, they will tell you Samuel Tuer was the best finance minister ever in the Republic. That's the Unity Party, and that's the politics. So expect them to say that. Wilfred going back to his personal or his old party, the MDR, in my mind, I don't see anything wrong with that. People switch or change political parties. We see it all over. Stand-up bearers, in fact, leave political parties and go to different political. So yeah, Wilfred has a constitutional right to leave from one political party to another. My only concern, I hope he's not being arm twisted to do that. Then that is bad for our politics as an emerging democracy. We cannot continue to sit and watch a sitting government arm twisting every opposition to join the ruling party. That is building a one-party state. And to have the multi-party democracy that we enjoy today, people give their lives for that. So the Unity Party and Joseph Boakai cannot come and try to build a one-party system by weaponizing the court system or our legal system to arm twist people with different views to join the Unity Party or their alliances. I think it's wrong. If that is the case, then it's unfair to any one of us. Anybody could have done that, because Wilfred don't want to be caught in that kind of position where he'll be forced to be prosecuted or even lie on, malign his character simply because he refused to, join the MDR. And this is the kind of system that Kun is building, that Kun is building the MDR. But I'm twisting every opposition, everybody that opposes the Unity Party and its alliance to join the MDR or the Unity Party. And you will never have committed people like that. I can tell you, no matter how many persons you arm twist, no matter how many persons you compare or force using the code or legal system to make them to join the Unity Party will be defeated 2029 because they are not performing, they're not living up to their promises, they are making lives more miserable in our country. People are suffering more. That should be their major concern, not arm twisting people to join the Unity Party. Okay. If you do that, you cannot win an election on that basis. What the Unity Party should be doing now is to start to create jobs. To start to create jobs, make life better for the ordinary Liberians as he promised. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Sir Regis.
Yes. Winfrey Russell, you want to go?
I mean, I don't have much to add. Doc, I think we've talked about this already. Folks have the liberty to join whatever party they would like to join, and we see that happen. It happens all the time. It's kind of like a game of musical chairs. People are jumping from one party to another, and whatever is motivating them to do that. I mean, it happens. I mean, it happens here too. I mean, more so in Liberia because a lot of these parties, they are organized around personalities, and it's not around ideology. I mean, which is completely different. I mean, if your ideology aligned with a particular party, that's what you're going to join. You're going to follow. But in our case, it seemed to be around sort of like the cult of personality. So folks are subscribing to these parties and joining these parties based on the individual, based on the personalities, and typically based on what they're going to get out of it financially in some cases. So, you know, it can be expected. It's not something to decry. I'm not going to decry his decision to leave and join another party. I mean, that's something that is very common. When we get to a place where a lot of these parties are organized, a lot of these political parties in the country, they're organized around a common, you know, value system or, you know, ideology. Then we're talking. But for now, this is what we have, and a lot of people they were following the personality and what's in it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Brooklyn. Dr. Brooklyn, Dr. Brooklyn.
So, you know, honestly, people can move as much as they want. They have a right to do so. I would be interested, though, in finding out what is the ideological rift and the irreconcilable values disparity. Because like Wilfred said, we don't have value-driven politics in Liberia right now. It's mostly personality-driven politics. So it will be interesting to find out what is Mr. Bangura's irreconcilable values disparity and what is the ideological rift that, you know, cause him to shift. It might be instructive for others in political parties. But beyond that, the man has a right to move whenever the man wants to move. I think the people need to consider is what can we do differently to produce a better political system that will help us move this country forward. Because, you know, season after season, we're doing the same thing. We change names, we get the same outcome. We change names, we do the same things. We expect something different, we get the same outcome. So maybe the time has really come for us to really hunker down and say, listen, let our values, let our ideology, let our vision for country drive everything else we do. And then we can hopefully expect something different. I pray that day will come sooner than later.
Yeah, I want to say thanks to all of you. Have you spoken on this, Tama? Okay, so I want to say thanks to all of you. It's just very important that for me, listen, everybody is fishing around. Take it or leave it. It's politics. Go ahead and be advising Unity Party and don't go ahead and catch your own buka. I think what the vice president is doing is extremely well.
Can I ask you a question?
No, let me talk about one. I ain't talk for 1 second. No, I'm not answering your question. No, leave me alone today. Please leave me alone. So I open my mouth and then Patrick and man will ask me a question. That mean you're target on the show?
No, because I hear everybody saying different from the subject that you
Chief, I beg you.
Stenton, just a quick 10 seconds.
My man, you're disturbing the show now. You're disturbing the show. Let me talk my own. There will be no way for us to sit down here. For me, we are talking about going out there and fishing. Your man is on the Red Sea fishing. Then you can't sit down, you can't cry and say the man was not told that he might have just said. Then you say because the man went back to empty out of that problem. I think what we need to do right now, your citizens need to start fishing. And that's the fact, folks. You want to sit down there, look what Jeremiah Kun did, and he's continued to do. I'm not a Jeremiah Kun fan, and all of you know that I'm not. Seriously, I'm not a Jeremiah Kun fan.
Wait, who says
so? You want to sit down over here?
He's not a Jeremiah Kun fan. Stop, man.
Tell the guy to leave me alone, man. I'm begging you, man. You know, when I tell you my serious, you're making me laugh. It's not good for me. It's just not. You're telling your own I can't laugh. I tell my own that you're making me laugh. I'm not a Jeremiah Kun fan. I don't even like Jeremiah Kun, and you know that. But the fact remains is that y'all go out and fishing. Jeremiah Kun told Mark Blair. Jeremiah Kun told your Secretary General. Jeremiah Kun told Sando Dazo Johnson. Jeremiah Kun is about to take your party chairman, CMC. Jeremiah Kun went ahead and took 11 sedition away.
No, they want to break the news. You want to say again, Bob? We have not heard it one You said
I was saying, I'm not hiding it.
Are you saying that former Senator Sandro?
That's what Johnson. Jeremiah will take him. He's not going by the CMC. He will now go by the CMC.
MDR.
The man with MDR and Unity Party.
I'm sure he will soon call you.
No, it's up to him. He can call. He start going back. Anything. Look, Jeremiah's target is to take Musa Belete himself, and he will. He will take Musa Belete himself. This is not joke. This is election we're talking about, and you know that vendetta, Patrick. So for you to come on the show and say we're gonna wait for 2028 or 2029 for people to be recruiting, I will take it to Winfred Russell. You can't do that. But it's not me saying it though. Jeremiah Kunto Thomas Fala, the first one off the bat. Listen to what Thomas Fala said today. Let's listen to Thomas Fala. Yeah, listen to him.
I don't think my chief should recontest or think about contestation in the 2029 as President we are.
You think he should not contest?
He should not.
You think the CDC should put up a new face?
He should rest. He should have his time with his family. He should have his time.
That's a personal decision.
That's a personal, but I'm his junior brother. I work with him. I know him very well. And I'm just saying that as an advice, no disrespect. And the reason is simple. Because those that are the hem of power in the CDC today, they are not the people. They're not going to produce. They're not going to give him what they're telling him, Clarence. And if this is an advice, I'm telling my chief, don't waste your energy, don't waste your time, because I know them. We know one another. And I just feel for the comrades, our junior comrades that we left there, the energy they put into this is not what the guys at the top thinking about. They're not going to deliver. They're not going to bring George Bar anymore. They are not going to bring George Bar. It's going to just be business as usual.
Who would you have preferred as a face of the
there's
CDC?
There's an internal crack because one group of people believe they are the elite.
No, but talk about Fala, you're not in the poor party, man. So
this is where I was giving birth to.
Confusion.
There is.
They're not visible.
Oh, it's not visible. I am telling you.
It's not public.
You remember the last time when I said something, most of my friends when they keep that high on me when I used the word Bible and said I'm from under the creek and I know the creatures that are there. I'm sorry if I repeat it today again. I know they will lash at me. I know the creatures. They see where they know me. The way they think, the way I think they know. The way they think, the way they move, I know. So those that hijack the movement, they create problems for our movement, and that's why I formed
this. I don't understand when you say hijack.
They hijack. They know what.
If I say it's an injury, you said that you wait for recruiting time for me. Fala gone. Fala say he mami water. He's an injury. He honor them. He know them. The man is an injury. How can you say that the Mami Water say what happening under the water? They are saying not time to recruit. I feel for CDC that Richardson. Father, no exact. You know what? Let me say that Richardson. You can come here and tell your own. Unity Party brought a man to be the vice president. Is very strategic. He now waiting for 2026. Let CDC wait. He now waiting for 2027. Let CDC wait. He's not waiting for 2028. Let's see wait. The man is recruiting now. He gave an offer that people will not refuse. The man is recruiting senators. The man is recruiting representatives. 12 of them, including Thomas Fala, came together and went to the man's house and said, yes, sir, chief. Here we are. We at your service. The 12 disciples. Thomas Fala was Peter. And the rest of them, you know that. And here we are today. The man is recruiting. Where is your business? Why can't you go recruit? So that Richard said, listen to Thomas Fala. We'll play the other one quickly and we'll get you guys to respond. This border gone. The man said today that he's a campaign chairman for Joseph Boakai re-election. You think that thing hurting CDC there? It hurting them. But you know what CDC doing? They say let's wait for 2029.
So we didn't hear it.
Yeah, we'll do the recording again. I beg you. I know you're not hearing this, but go ahead on the first recording. I mean, let's hear you. Let's hear you, Dr. Richardson.
No, Senator, it saddens me. I feel so bad. You know, to listen to somebody say that I'm Joseph Boakai's re-election chair, and at the same time asking for former President Weah to not recontest because he needs to spend more time with his family. I can tell anyone here, I have more years on earth than I have left. And President Booker is older than me. President Weah and I are about the same age. So who needs to spend more time with people here? That's the first thing. And to also hear him say, those are the hymns of power are not going to produce. Produce what? Are we talking about people just winning election for the sake of winning election? Or are we talking about winning election to make our country a better place? We're going to get into B Mountain today because this is the very same Vice President Kuhn who went to B Mountain without knowledge about how much gold is getting out of Liberia. And here is that, Thomas Fala is telling us that he is part of this party and Unity Party, and he is standing for the re-election of Joseph Boakai. It doesn't make sense to me. It saddens me. It really saddens me that these people who we think are supposed to be making good decisions for our country, to make our country and our people better.
I don't know. I hate to cut you, but I'm confused. I mean, that problem that Thomas Fala said he would be the chairman for Joseph Boakai re-election.
That's what he just said. I read everything that he said.
You got problem with that, though?
I do have a problem with that.
Why?
Because
Why?
The reason why I have a problem with that because he's asking me to re-elect someone who's in their whatever upper ages, okay, and telling me that someone who's about my age, okay, should not recontest because this person needs to spend more time with their family. And I'm telling you, as in my 50s, I have lived more years on earth than I will live if I live another even 50 years. Then, the Bible ages are here. So should I believe that person who's telling me who's telling me I want to re-elect somebody who's in their 80s. But then the person who in their 50s, they need to spend more time with their families.
Okay, Dr. Richardson, thank you. Let me bring in Dr. Beauplan, Dr. George, then we'll go to the people, then we'll on Dr. Dr. Beauplan, if you get Dr. degree, you're coming before, not Dr. Fui. Please go get your Dr. degree too. Dr. Beauplan, let's hear you.
Whatever.
All the people with Dr. degree, all the people with Dr. degree, they know like broad politics. All the Dr. degree, they made, and I don't know like broad regular politics.
Whatever, you want to talk about it, whatever that business.
Regular politics, the people going to put Dr. degree inside. Let's listen to one Dr. Beauplan, I hear you, my friend.
Stand on. Let's go down our road small. The people who ain't, we're small now. The people who ain't got a doctor degree, where they taking the country at? Where we at? After all these years. Hey, man, let me say what I want to say. So,
they didn't run the country.
Yeah, they run the country. They're running their way. That's why I asked you.
Where we at? That is a good question. Where we at?
So anyway, so the comments from T5, I found them to be interesting. So he giving advice. He giving advice to the people over there. He said, "My people there, I know that." He giving advice, and then at the same time, he's omitting about where he is. You see, I think it would really be helpful for all of us, no matter our political connection, to speak in terms of where the nation needs to go when it comes to the improvement of the majority of its people. Don't go out there. Joe, we are doing not carry. The people not carry. Okay, but where we are, what is it that you are saying that can excite us for the political arrangement where you find yourself now? I pray for visionary leadership so we can look ahead and say, you know what? Our tomorrow is getting better. It shall be better. It will be better. Instead of all the old stuff, because at the end of the day, we want output. We want jobs. We want clean drinking water. We want more roads. We are giving all our money to Brandon Samaka, and the thing can move from here to there. We want results. We want output-oriented, result-oriented leaders. Don't just lecture about all the education about politics that ain't get there nowhere. So he talking about CDC where he was, and now he didn't get no advice yet. It could be introspective sometimes and talk about where you are, how.
So that problem is the politics, though. The question remains: do you think what he's saying? I mean, let's come back to his argument. Joe, we are don't run, and he will be supporting Jose Yimabwaka 2029 for his re-election.
But he said that before. He said, you know, if Joe Burger run, we will support the president. He already said that. He gave advice to Joe. I personally don't.
But I think you agree with him. You don't want Joe to run that popular. Am I correct?
I don't think George will want to run anyway. Take the truth.
No, not why you don't think whether you want to run. You say you agree. That's your line right there. You don't want Joe to run again. Am I correct? That double black.
No, I really don't care. I honestly do not care.
Do you want Joe to run again?
That is his prerogative.
What I care about, do you want Joe to run again? That double black.
The president, the former president, not asking me for my advice.
I'm asking you as a panelist, the people listen to you. Like Thomas Fala said, he doesn't want Joe to run. Do you want Joe to run again?
George Weah had an opportunity as the president. For me, Stanton, I said before, the President Weah, I thought his administration failed. If Joe Biden fails, will not replace failure with failure. Because this country is all we got, we want better. So if somebody espouses a better vision that will take us to a better place, that should capture the attention of the majority of the people.
So you don't want Joe Weah to contest again, 2029?
No, I didn't say that. The president.
What are you saying?
What are
you saying? You are leader in the country. When you come on Spoon, you have hundreds of thousands listening to you.
I know exactly that, my friend.
Yeah, but your opinion.
Yeah, my first day. I know.
Your opinion and your views. I'm asking you, Dr. Richie, saying Thomas Fala is very clear. He will not support George Manawia. He will be the chairman for Joseph Barker re-election. He's saying George Manawia don't run. These guys, they kept Hassan, Jefferson, Chelsea, there, all of them fooling you. Dr. Bobler, what say you? Do you want Joe Weah to contest again 2029?
No. Well, listen. First, the president not say he wanted, but two, he's said nothing new. He's shown nothing new. And to be honest, the former president doesn't seem to be interested at all. So
did you just say no?
Let me answer the question. He ran before he won the election and he didn't deliver. So why we want him to run again? I want somebody to come with a vision that would take us to the place where we need to go as a nation.
So let's put you on the record. Do you want Joe Weah to run again, yes or no?
I just said that. Why would he run again? No, I do not. No, I do not.
Exactly,
no, do not because there's nothing new to bring to the table.
Entire thesis just say no. You are putting the volume of the encyclopedia that we don't have no more just to say no. Just say no, and you just did. Let me bring it Dr. George, your colleague.
You have a right to ask any question. I have responsibility to not waste my time answering questions that are irrelevant. To
no,
me,
it's not irrelevant. It's not an irrelevant question. You're a stakeholder in this thing. Don't have your answer. Okay? And the people said, you heard your answer now, they're satisfied. You said no, you answered Joe Weah. You don't want him to run again. It's very clear. Dr. George, same question to you, my friend. You listen to Thomas Fala. And do you want Dr. George Manawia to run again? You hear what Thomas Fala just said?
Stanton, I believe when, and before I go to that question, one thing from Thomas Fala tape that I really appreciate that he have clearly identified to the Liberian people who the elites are. And I hope many people listen to that. My dear brother Jefferson Chelsea, he have said he elite. I said those are elite. My brother Kev, the elite. He identified the elite. So I hope the Liberian people understand that they are patriot and they are the elite. Now, coming to the question, I believe that when former President George Weah spoke after the election in his church, that he was no longer interested in running for president of the Republic of Liberia, I believe he spoke from his heart. And I believe that former President Weah is determined that he's going to keep to the promise that he made at that time. President Weah have not told anybody in Liberia that he's running. His surrogates have shown his interest, but he have not stand before anybody in Liberia, as far as I'm concerned, to say he's running. So yes, I do not believe he's going to run because he have clearly the official statement we have on record from former President Weah is that he's not running in 2029. He have to rest. He don't want to be like other people who are at old age and they are still running behind government power. He want to rest with his family and he want to take care of his children. That is the official record we have right now. And I believe former President Weah, because I know him to be a very honest and great leader of our country. And I believe he takes his words seriously. So that's where I end this conversation tonight. And hopefully you have the answer.
Okay, so you don't want him to run again? Yes or no?
It doesn't depend on me. Former President Weah has spoken to the nation.
What's the thing? Do you want him to run again? Yeah, do you want him to run again, though?
The official communication we have.
Do you think it would be preferable that
the
George run
official
again?
communication we have from the former president is that he's not running in 2029.
And you believe that he's not running? And you believe he's not running?
For him, and I believe he's going to keep to his.
Okay, you believe that he's not running. Let me bring in the data to be 2 master degree holder, and then Patrick. Phoebe?
Yeah, so the decision to ask a political leader to run, it depends on the membership of that political institution. Regretfully, I'm not a member of the CDC. I am a strong and ardent supporter of Councillor Tiawan Gonglo. I believe in his leadership, and I am very unapologetic about that. So sitting here to say,
I apologize for interrupting. Fedela, can you say that again? What you just said? Can you say what about that? Because you get confused us on the show. Can you say that? What about that?
I'm saying the decision for a political leader to run for the presidency, it depends on the membership and the executive committee decision. Because they will come up, they will vet who they go to convention. It's not just an overnight thing. Oh, one is meant to run, but he has to go to primary. If he's defeated, they will not run. So that decision will have to be made by the party. When they have gone to convention, he's elected, certified, submitted his name to the National Election Commission. This is our candidate. Then he becomes a candidate on the ticket of the party to run.
I'm just asking, do you think Joe Weah should run? We know all this role.
So that's why I try to avoid. I say I am not a member. But because Dr. Joy wanted me to go in detail, that's why I'm providing the facts.
No, so I wonder if the part that you said that you support Tiawan Gonglo.
I support Gonglo. I voted Gonglo 2023. I still believe in leadership, and I'm very unapologetic about that. I mean, that does not in any way stop me from recognizing that there are some things that are bad and there are some things that are good. And I've said that here consistently. I will never shy away.
So let me come back to the question. I know you have said 100 times. You're correct. You're a supporter of Tiawan Gonglo 150%. We know that. Do you think Joe Weah should run again 2029?
But I just told you I cannot make that decision because I'm not.
I'm not saying you're making that decision. You're giving your opinion on the matter, man.
No, but in this context, given the legality that is associated with electing standard bearer, going to the process, I cannot make that decision. And
okay,
doing
so
that is to
take the answer that you cannot.
do.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome, Paul Kennedy. But let me go ahead and bring in Kefiko Ahmed Hassan. Kev, the same question, the conversation. Your party member, Thomas Fala, went all out on you guys about your party headquarters, everything. We'll play those tapes. Let's hear you.
Well, let me say this, Stanton. George Weah, the history of Liberia, to my recollection, he's the only person that the people themselves petitioned to run. The people themselves the Liberian people stand to be corrected? You can show me anybody in a political space right now that the people ask a petition that the person will manage their own business. He will in Europe manage his own business. The people call him to run. So to ask a question whether he should run or what Thomas Fala is saying, it makes no sense. Because if Thomas Fala back then gave that advice to President Weah, there will be no Thomas Fala. Amen. There will be no Thomas Fala, no Sir Joseph. But today, he's sitting there on OKFM with the audacity to call President Weah not to run. So if President Weah at that time and listen to this Thomas Fala, there will be no Thomas Fala. You see, Dr. Richardson, you said it correctly. The twisted mind of people. How will you say an 85-year-old man should run, but a 58-year-old man should go man a children, a family? What kind of twisted mind this? How we thinking backward? That question, I supposed to hear my brother Stanton Witherspoon is hitting hard on Thomas Fala for that, because tomorrow that idea will come and say, Stanton Witherspoon, you shouldn't run. Let Miley run again. So are we saying Liberia is the state of Paul Biya? So we are Paul Biya now, we Cameroon. Yeah, that's leave it. But let me say this lastly. We got no Stanton itchy to want to stop me because I can see it from his eyes. But let me say this. We were on this platform 2020 election. Everybody will listen to Spoon. Thomas Fala name. You get the Stanton Witherspoon. You get everybody will beating on Thomas Fala and say the people should not vote for Thomas Fala because he's a thief, he's a rogue. Joseph Yuma Boka campaigned against Thomas Fala and call him a rogue. We don't need people like Thomas Fala in our society. The people voted against CDC because of Thomas Fala. The people voted for Joseph Yuma Boka because of Thomas Fala. So how come today that same Saul is poured today in the eyes of Joseph Yuma Boka?
Thank you.
Joking here.
Thank you very much.
That same man who cost our election. According to them, they're supposed to be prosecuting him now.
Thank you very much. We gotta go. We got others to bring in. Kev Hassan. Yeah, but Kev Hassan, quickly, let us you before we bring in the others, Fubi and Jefferson Chess and Kev. Let me ask you a question. Tifa born in Western Court in CDC. To you, Kev Hassan, is Tifa a rule?
If we go to the logic of Unity Party, he should be prosecuted. They say it.
No, let's stay with CDC. Tifa a rule?
Stanton, they say it.
No, what you say, if you fail to answer that question tonight, then it means that Unity Party is winning on your argument. Is Tifa a rule to you?
Stanton, I want you to hear me clear.
And I want to hear you very clearly. Is Tifa a rule?
Stanton, hear me clear. The Unity Party told us that he's a rule. And
to you, is he a rule? Forget about what Unity Party said to you. Is Tifa a rule?
Get it proved.
You see, that's your problem, Kev. Thank you very much. Let me bring in. Let me bring in Henry Fubi. Fubi, it's good to have you on. You see, the immature argument that comes from somebody that want to win election again, it will not get them. You cannot have it both ways, Fubi. Tifa a rule, you say no. If you say no Tifa rule, then thank God that we get somebody that rule, right? If you say yeah Tifa rule, then we'll drag all your party leaders. We're talking to Fubi now, my man. If you cannot answer
I
the
should be
question,
asking you.
Fubi, I beg you, Kev. You want to disrupt the show? I beg you, Chief. Fubi, CDC got to take opposition here. If they fail to take opposition here, Fubi, then Unity Party welcome Tifa. Make the case, Fubi.
Yeah. So first thing, I think Kev, you should be happy. When you said Tifa caused Jawuya election, so now that Tifa is going to Waka, so maybe he will cause Waka election too. So why you getting mad? You be celebrating the main movement. Send a man associated with not getting the president elected. But on the other side, that is politics, and you don't expect Thomas Pollard now to be telling you that we should run and Baka should go Nigeria. Thomas Pollard has switched sides, so definitely he's going to tell you everything positive about Joseph Baka. He wants what I like what we are. He did all that he could, but at this point, loyalty has changed position. So he's going to be putting on the side of the Unity Party 100%. So you guys from CDC, you guys should be making your own case. Tomorrow, I'm not going to make your case for you. You're going to discourage the population as much as possible not to support we are and encourage we are not to run. We are saying I'll go to the fire not running. But the citizens are very clear because they know that that's their only hope. When we are on the ticket, they are sure of certain percentage of the vote just by we are being on the ticket. Then they can be able to lobby and get others to join. So if you remove that phase and put any other phase there, it's going to be a different ball game. It's going to be a different struggle. So that's their trump card they're going to use. And the same with the Unity Party. You saw during the 2023 election, President said, even if this is a Baka in which year, we'll hold him and carry him to make sure that he runs. And then it's going to be the same thing. If Baka reached to 2029, at every point, the party going to hold him to ensure that he runs to win an election. And they're going to do all they can to keep you on the ballot. And that's the same thing CDC going to do. So, we are, as long as we are his faith, I will not discourage him for running because that's the CDC trump card. They have to manage and see how they can push it. But to be crying and just complaining about other people making political moves and the VP trying to hold people on board, you criticizing him.
You're not doing anything. You're not doing anything. You're not incorporating. You're not recruiting. You won't do anything. And what then you cry when somebody snatch somebody from your camp? Go take somebody from the people camp too. And I don't understand. Who have Jefferson Chelsea brought to CDC? Every day he comes spoon to that Joseph Baga he calls him. Who have Ken Hassan brought to CDC? They can't even. And this is. I don't know. How are you guys doing your recruitment? Every day you're running to court. That one court we hear about you. Then you're best. By the way, I'll get my brother Johnson Jesse the chance to you.
Thank you, Stanton. And Stanton, first, let me correct some misinformation coming from a good friend on this station, on this show, Dr. Broble. That of His Excellency, the former President George Weah, was elected in 2017 and he outperformed every president before him and after him. So what you said was a misinformation that he did not perform. It's a lie. It's misinforming the public. He built more schools, more roads, more housing, and everything compared to any president before him. And let me say this, Stanton. His Excellency, former President Weah, will run 2029. He will be on a ticket and he will defeat the Unity Party. And that is their greatest fear. George Weah is the greatest fear in the Unity Party. With that said, let me come to Thomas Fowler. Thomas Fowler is overrated. He ran for election year. We spent millions of dollars in a campaign. Delon did not spend $5. He just walked on the street and he beat Thomas Fowler hands down. So you overrated him. The very playing field where he came from, Delon defeated him there. To state that
George Weah should not run, he should rest. I put a clip in the chat room where the sitting vice president, Jeremiah Kuhn, was telling the Liberian people that Bwaka was unfit to be president. His vice president is saying that he's unfit to be president. His brain is going down. That is the person Thomas Fala should be telling to rest and go take care of his great-grandchildren and not to continue interfering with our future where he has no part to play in. So Thomas Fala comment in my mind, it was naive and was narrow-minded to say that as a sitting deputy speaker, to tell the former president, who is still very strong and active with more innovation compared to Joseph Bwaka, who have lost every innovation and any idea to lead the country. You support that kind of man. This is a brilliant young leader of our time that performed during his 6 years. Then he should say, look, like what Kev said, look, majority of the people, in fact, the people did not vote for Thomas Fala when he ran for senator against DeLong because the people felt he was corrupt and he had stolen from the Liberian people. That was one of the main reasons why he did not win that election. He went in Foya and hauled a lot of people there and was able to manage to win that election there. You overrated him. He knows he's making today who he is because of George Weah. So they are afraid, and that is the conversation they are peddling in the Unity Party. That, oh, George Weah will not run. George Weah will run. He will be on the ticket. He will defeat the Unity Party massively, like he has always done. So, Stanton,
all right, thank you. Let me ask you a question, Jeff, real quick. Is Thomas Fala a rogue?
And Stanton, I cannot sit here and call Thomas Fala a rogue if he had not gone through a legal process and be convicted as a rogue. No, I cannot.
Thank you. Beautiful answer. I believe that you went to the legal school today. I believe you. And that answer you gave me today, I believe you went to legal school. You know what? And that's the problem right there.
Can I ask the man one question?
Go ahead before we bring in Paul. Go ahead.
Jeff, I know you can't say he wrote, but you say he trucked people to Lofa. Is that what I heard you say?
Oh, man, you heard me. You heard what I said, and I said it. Yes, you did that.
Thank you. So let me say this to everybody. You know, it's good that we on this conversation. The CDC can tell us, right, who Thomas Fala is to them, and they can define Thomas Fala. Thomas Fala is winning this argument. It's not for me. It's not for me. I beat on Thomas Fala.
Okay, same question to you.
Excuse me, Chief. I beat on Thomas Fala because I wanted Delon to beat him. I called Thomas Fala Tifa Rowe. I called Thomas Fala all the bad name in the book because I wanted Delon to beat him. 2023 election, I beat on Thomas Fala because I wanted Joseph Bwaka to win. And it happened. Today, these cowards cannot tell us who Thomas Fala is. And Thomas Fala is doing the work that Joseph Bwaka wants Thomas Fala to do. So Thomas Fala now is my friend. Thomas Fala now is in my corner. Thomas Fala have come to see the light. And he was on the road to Damascus. And his eyes were filled with the scales from the fish. And Jesus Christ spoke from heaven. Thomas Fala, why thou persecuted me? But I will redirect you to the old man called Joseph Yima Bwaka. He will take the scale of your eyes, and you have seen the light, and you have repented. Who am I then to condemn Thomas Fala? The man is on the right side. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me say to you, for me, these guys don't read the Bible. They really don't read the Bible. The man have repented on the road of Damascus. The man have seen the light. Tonight. And I will say to all of you, Thomas Fala is at the right place. And that's why he's saying he will be the chairman for the re-election of Joseph Yuma Bwaka. And I think the Unity Party people are excited. And those that fought to bring Joseph Bwaka to power, our effort wasn't in vain. And we have captured one of the biggest fish, the Niji, from under the water. And he's telling us exactly how to beat CDC again. Don't get vexed. Define Thomas Farah, and the people buy into your argument. Let me bring in now Paul Kennedy, the man from Babalu, Lavalazo. Paul, let's hear you. They got it dead for me. They will get better. Paul, let's hear you.
Good evening to my colleagues who are panelists. It's been a while. You know, I'm running around looking for it. I'll find it. Don't worry. But to address the question of whether former President Weah should or can run, I didn't really get the question. I think it's absolutely a constitutional issue. We all know that our constitution allows every Liberian to contest for any public office once you have the age and you meet the eligibility criteria. And that includes the former president who has served one term. He can contest again. So it's solely a legal issue. There's no barriers as far as my constitution has informed me of whether the former president cannot run. But however, after serving in office for 6 years, the Liberian people had the opportunity to evaluate the leadership of the former president. And they made a democratic decision that, based on their evaluation of his first term in office, to say, listen, Mr. President, we don't think you are meeting the terms, or for some reason we're going to vote you out of office. And they did. So if he chooses to run again, and I'm saying if, because the only person who I can say on this forum that they're going to run again is Dr. Clarence Moniba. Dr. Moniba is going to run again. I don't care why you say up and down, because he's qualified and he has the constitutional backing to do so. But if former President Weah chooses to run again, it must be based on, a clear reflection of why all of his shortcomings. And I want to be honest. I mean, I have a lot of friends in CDC, but the CDC have made some wrong choices, right? It's like you fail a test and you decide you're going to come back to sit the test. You have to go back to reflect on that test to see all of the pointers that you didn't get right. So the former president has to make a clear reflection on the shortcoming of his previous administration. Then he has to come out with a credible plan to address those gaps, right? As a strategist, he needs to look to see where he fell and what he needs to do to make sure that he doesn't fall back in those pits. And then he needs a clear, renewed vision. Look, forget Tamafala. There will be many skeptics that will come to try to discourage why the former president should not run. It's a clear indication that he has a lot of, force in our Liberian democratic process, in our electoral process. So people will come to throw Shunahin to throw jabs. But he needs to come as a person and a team with a clear, renewed version to convince the Liberian people. It can't be the same old faces out there trying to convince people, because what they're going to do is, for the most part, they're going to scare a lot of people away. So CDC, if that vehicle the former president is going to use, needs to go back to restructure their vision.
And again, thank you. Paul, we've seen that you're on your way to the state. You're coming back. Wherever you are, we want to say thank you. God bless you. Be safe. Your stomach getting big, by the way. We can see your stomach. But notwithstanding, let's move on. You got to start eating the eba and the ugusi soup, man. Your stomach getting big, my man. By the way, Paul Kennedy, my friend. Let me put this out, right? Wilfred Russell. You see some of the things that giving CDC hard time? Look at the flyer. Major press conference, April 13, 2026. Today is what's the date today? Today is the 13th, right? And today is the 13th? CDC joking. Did anybody hear about any major press conference for CDC today? Was there any major press conference? No, I beg you, Jeff. I beg you. You hold your PRC. Jeff, no, wait now. Let me ask my question good. I want to ask no sedition. You see, Dr. Richardson, when we say this thing here, and that's exactly what Thomas Fowler is saying. These guys, then they are joking. Dr. Richardson, did you follow any major press conference from CDC today?
Stan, I wasn't really paying attention to the social media today, but I didn't hear.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Fubi, did you see any major press conference? They are using Joe Picture in vain. They are. Emmanuel Joe, you all follow social media. Were there any major press conference from CDC today?
No.
Fandela, my brother in Liberia, were there any major press conference, VP?
Yes, I listened on some radio station, and I read on social media that today was going to be a press conference.
Were there any press conference? That's the question.
Oh no, I was engaged today, so I didn't follow.
So you didn't see any major press conference? Went for Russell?
No. If there was one, I'm sure it's going to be school will have carried it. I know they will have carried it.
Okay, but so you didn't. Went for Russell. Did you do any linking anything about major press conference? Brother Russell?
No, sir.
Dr. Bobler, were there any major press conference from CDC today? They put the flyer up. April 13, 2026.
I didn't hear it. I didn't see it.
Paul Kennedy, did you see by mistake while scrolling on social media, were there any major press conference, Paul?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, let's ask a sedition. Kev Hassan, what happened to the major press conference? Were there any?
You see, Stanton, the whole media space today, anytime you go, so long you go on Facebook, wherever you hear on the radio, yes, Stanton. The problem is you asking, and the only true answer here that
where can we find it, Kev? Where can we find it?
Stanton, can I finish?
But put the phone down. We will get to your baby. Put the phone down.
Kev, can I finish?
Yeah, where can we find it?
The DN News, all the other news people carry it. They all.
Okay.
You want me? I can send it to you. We can send it to you.
Please, okay, please send it to me.
Yeah, but let me.
So you already answered the question. You already answered the question.
Yeah,
Jeff.
but Stanton.
No, but you already answered the question. We're not going to waste our time with you. No, listen. Everybody, Kev, stop. Everybody answer the question, Jeff.
So because I tried to prove it, I shouldn't talk.
No, I said send it to me. You want to waste our time, Jeff? Were there any major press conference, Jeff?
There was a big
major
press conference today, and the chairman of the Coalition for Democratic Change addressed that press conference.
Can you send it to us, please?
Among many
things, can you put it in the chat room?
Yes, I'll put it.
Thank you very much, Jefferson Chelsea. And now let me say my own here, Dr. Richardson, Dr. Bopler, and every one of you. You see, on the show, only sedition telling us there were major press conference. But then they're getting mad at Jeremiah Kwankun for winning souls. CDC need to get from the comfort zone. The press conference was Society Bush Conference. Only sedition attended it. Everybody on the show, 9 of us, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 to 2, we said we didn't see any major press conference. There's a major press conference that should be on BBC, on Al Jazeera, on CNN. Nobody. It wouldn't went in the CDC chat room. You know, I go back to what Thomas Fowler said. And you know exactly what he's saying. Because he the Niji, he the Mami Water. He come from under the water. These guys are playing. So you can tell President, we are the former president, the truth. He'll start putting his picture on flyer that there will be major press conference. This is a disgrace. That wasn't a major press conference. That's what we don't know. OKFM didn't carry it. Spoon didn't carry it. Front page didn't carry it. You want to buy it. You did that thing in your chat room and you came by and said major press conference. Janga coach should be ashamed. And this is a disgrace. But I move. I say my own. Y'all can do it. And everybody know what I'm saying is true. Dr. Richardson, I talk about the supplementary budget, $45 million. I believe we still got time to talk about supplementary budget and talk about Beat Mountain and talk about other issues. Where are you with this? President Barker wants $45 million
everybody run the show.
Supplementary budget. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you. Can't leave me alone, man.
I have questions about this.
Can we talk about a supplementary budget? What say you? You read this thing today. Where are you with this?
I have questions about the supplementary budget, and my question includes, we said that we had made the most money this year in terms of our revenue collection. Okay. If we have that much money and we made that much money, why are we now looking for a supplementary budget to fulfill different gaps in the government allotment? That's the question that I have. I'm not in favor of that, simply because the people that are elected to lead our country, they are not performing as they should. They are not speaking in the interest of the Liberian people. They are not assessing, areas like our mineral areas in which we find that just as recent as this weekend that we are rich in. They are not using those things to benefit the Liberian people. If we keep on doing supplementary budget, and not a good assessment of what we have that will benefit the Liberian people, then we'll keep on doing that. And what becomes of Liberia? What becomes of the people of Liberia? What becomes of the land that we so love, Liberia? That's the questions that I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So it was presented today by the Deputy Minister Myers to the Regime Speaker, Richard Poon, and they received it today, as you can see. The thing about the supplementary budget is $45 million on the book. People are concerned. Let's go on the Minister of Finance and Development page. 2026 draft supplementary budget was presented to Speaker Richard Poon, Regime Speaker, on Monday by Acting Minister of Finance, Development Planning, Anthony Myers, on behalf of the Minister himself, Cousin-Pay Gafwan, who is here in the United States for spring break. All right? Yeah, they say spring break. So Acting Minister Myers noted that the sources of the additional revenue include $40 million from the Lay World Bank budget support for 2025 and $5 million from domestic revenue overperformance. Yeah, we are. That where the money coming from. So people are asking, is this just free chopping money? I mean, where the money going? We were able to get some information as to where the money going, but let's hear you fully. 45 million total coming in, 40 for World Bank, 5 from domestic over the surplus. So let's hear you.
Yeah, to me, my own surprise, to have a serious security crisis in Lofa. And one of the reasons for calling the lawmakers back was to also address that. And we see they gave national defense, Justice Ministry, the 1.5, gave NSA about 2.5, and they gave 600,000 for recruitment and defense equipment. Agriculture 500. Then other administrative public stuff 10 and 7 and 11. The real security issue.
500,000 correction, 500,000 agriculture.
The real security issues, the real AFL issues, we don't see any real support in that direction. Agriculture, that should be the foundation of the country. We don't see anything in that direction. But you're giving Justice Ministry, you're giving NSA more money than administrative expenses. You're putting more money into those areas, but areas that should generate revenue for the country to be able to pump enough into the agriculture sector. Now we're talking about all the different hardship around the country. You say pull out, you have the Middle East crisis. When we should be looking within, and how can we support our own local industries, especially the agriculture sector. Now that rainy season is going to be in rainy season, but now farmers should be going to work to be able to produce. How can we support in those direction? But no serious funding going to that area. Just 500,000. Probably that 500,000. There are people that don't buy gasoline for the agriculture ministry, drivers, cars, or so we stay far off as a country. I don't think we're ready for business because the government needs to do some shifting. Shift on priorities.
First of all, we identify where the money coming from. 40 from the World Bank promised money from last year, 5 for surplus in the budget. Now we're talking about where the money is going. Well, we are hearing that the money have been spent already. It just fly we on now. I don't know how true it is. Go find is here on spring break because you know that spring break, so the guys that come got fine and more out of other than the in DC. Yeah, on spring break. But for me, you're right. The priority of the money is not being applied accordingly. Do we have another budget for the border situation that we'll be looking into? But notwithstanding, it's good to hear from you. Let me bring in Dr. George. Dr. George, 45 million off the cap. Money sitting, they got to spend it.
Yes, Stanton, I'm glad that the government have reviewed where the money is coming from, and it's shocking to me because it's like you give when you're 18-year-old and you get a credit card. Said keep the credit card for serious thing. At the end of the month, they flip the whole credit card because they believe money on that card, they must spend it. World Bank, 40 billion that you created a budget that you did not include. Should we still go for that banking money? Is it by force that we spend that money? Maybe somebody with better mind in finance can help me comprehend this because it's confusing to me. Do we have to take this loan? We cannot free money. You created a budget of 1.2 billion. Somebody reminded you that we got 40 for last. You couldn't tell them keep it. We don't want to put ourselves into deeper debt as a country. But we created a way to spend that money. We called the national legislature back. Oh, that's going to cost us about $6 million to call them back. Because we must spend a money that we borrowed and they didn't give us in 2025. We got to be serious as a country. That's why I support Mr. Alexander Benedict coming, because we'll not be spending money like this. We'll make sure that we stay within our priority and we keep within the value that we generate so that it can support the country, because the story from this weekend have shown us that we have enough money in our country to start begging World Bank and other for money. The second thing is what Fubi raised. In this modern warfare time, when people are creating drone and technological warfare, you give defense $600. I was working in one university, Stanton, for when it comes to computer laboratory, almost every year we're spending $2.something million. Then we have a situation where our border will compromise, and then we're spending money, but we put $2.5 million in that fund where we have learned in his sample case that security money, we cannot investigate it. We cannot audit it. That way we go through $2.5 billion for somebody to drop it. I mean, I will leave this for the brilliant financial mind that Fubi there on his show to explain this. I do not believe that we should have taken that $40 million from the World Bank and spent it. I felt we should have, since we have built this budget, we should have kept within our budget. Thank you.
Kev, let's hear you. Thank you very much, Dr.
We heard the same thing. What they're showing today is just covering their track. It just the money gone. They're just fixing the books. That's what we saw today. Very crafty. Yeah, that's the Thomas Fala and them. House there. This is what they do. They just fix it. But again, $500,000 for one of Josiah Yuma Bokai key components on the arrest agenda, agriculture. He went all over town, villages, talking about agriculture. Since 50-something years ago, he been talking about agriculture. Matter of fact, he was a minister, and he was fired by Samuel Kanado because he couldn't produce, just talk. Yes, if people don't know, Josiah Imam Boka was fired by Samuel Kanado as agriculture minister. And then he coming and telling us that the only amount we can put in this budget for agriculture, 500,000. No, they're just shifting that money all over, but that money gone. They're just shifting all over. There is nothing into this. Nothing into this. Like you said, Emmanuel, let the financial expert then explain to us how we're living, how the country living. You see, they say, okay, we'll not spend money on removing Kofa, we're spending money on Yeke. We need money to come in. So let's go for that money. Then you get you say 1.2 billion. Your budget 1.2 billion. And you say surplus. You say you get 5 million for surplus, but people are not taking pay.
Thank you, Kev. Let me remind the Liberian people before bringing Dr. Boplay again. We can talk about where the money is going, right? But we know where the money is coming from. We do know. Any one of us on the show, those of you that are listening to us, we got no question as to where this money is coming from. $5 million, as I already said, the finance minister said we have surplus, and 40 million from World Bank. You guys are saying we should reject the 40 million. A little here, little there would not help. And I hate to go back to the 6 years of Dr. George Manawia, the former president. But it used to come in like this also. Emmanuel, are you saying we should reject the 40 million? Yeah, we should reject it. We should say, no, we don't want it.
Yes, and we created a budget of 1.2 billion. That 40 million are free. We're going to pay it back.
Do you know that the 40 million should have been last year? 40 million?
We did not use it last year because perhaps the government was meticulous in maintaining the economy. Why do you want it this year?
The money to be paid back, why not we put it on these priorities? Like we talk about 1.5 for the Minister of Justice for border reform. Fubi is saying we need more money to address the issue. 1.5, Minister of Justice for border reform, $1.5 million. You are saying, you from ANC, we shouldn't take that money, we should give it back. 2.5 million added to NSA, their operation. No, Kev, don't interrupt me, Kev. Kev, don't interrupt me. Let me say my own. Stop doing this. We can give you a chance. You finish talking, I safe to say you're going to change my mind. 2.5 million for NSA. We can question them, but this money towards NSA can be on border operation. 600,000 for defense recruitment and equipment. We are talking about border issue. 600,000 going to recruitment again. Add that to the 1.5. If you talk about joint security, you go $2.1 million. If you talk about NSA, you are talking about $4.6 million. If you talk about joint security, you put them together, that's what we're talking about. Easy $4.6 million, all of this amount that you don't want us to take, Emmanuel George. Because you say that free money. Let me finish. Let me listen to that. Okay. Let me finish, brother. Let me finish. I'm begging you. Let's talk about education. 7.3 million on the education sector. You say no. A government that's trying to make strides, we just gave joint security $4.6 million, 7.3 to education. But you say we should give it back. 10.9 million on the health sector. 10.9 million going to health center. You say no. 4 million on the yellow machine. You say no. We should give it back. But again, then I will question that the country saying they get a 1.2 billion budget, but guess what happened though? They have not raised the 1.2 billion, and you say we should refuse the $45 million.
Good. Thank you, Senator. I love the question.
Dr. Bopley.
Oh, I thought you were asking me.
I gotta go to Dr. Bopley, Chief. I gotta go to that. Let me meet you and Kev Hassan. Dr. Bopley, let me hear you.
Yeah, I trust that Dr. Bopley is going to answer this question and see where I'm going to answer it. So I'm going to trust it to him, even though he's a regime
and there you go. You labor in the man to be regime man now. There you go. If we discuss with Friday, your Fubi just hit us hard that this government should put more money in security. 4.6 million together. If you talk about just security. So let me hear that. Chief, you saying Mr. Comey will refuse the money. So let me leave you alone and go to that problem.
But the same Fubi you quoted, he argued right a few months ago where the government.
Chief, I beg you to. I'm sorry to mute you, Dr. George. You, the doctor, are scared to mute you. You gave me the wrong injection. So let me go to Dr. Boble here. Dr. Boble. You know the old man looking down and say, don't make the doctor fair or they will give you the wrong injection. So I won't make Fubi Dr. George fair. But go ahead, Dr. Boble. Let's hear you.
The real doctor can't give the wrong injection. Against the ethic, they gotta get the right injection. Even if that's what you no, but Stanton, I think it's more to it than just on the surface. Okay, so if you look at the president arrest agenda, that actually is a good agenda. The commitment level to the agenda is what becomes challenging from time to time. So if you step back for a minute, so last year we ran the country on $800 million. And this year we pushed ourselves, we said we want to go 1.2 billion. That was an opportunity for the government to designate most of all of its money to at least 2 or 3 of the president's priority: agriculture, health, and sanitation. Education. But we didn't do that. So what we did is we started redistributing, right? Every office now all of a sudden needed more. So my concern is this. No, I don't think necessarily return the money, but here's my concern. My concern is we don't seem to be demonstrating the discipline and the overarching commitment to check something off the president agenda, because the rest agenda is good. But when you keep distributing the money all over the place, then you lack the ability to knock one thing off. Like if we put this extra to agriculture, then we can create self-sufficiency of rice production in a particular region of our country. Then we're making progress. So my fear is when we keep distributing money, every time we get some money, we spread it out. Every time we get some money, we spread it out. Then at the end of the president's term, you will not be able to say anything on the list was checked off. So, and the cost of money is interest rate. So if the interest rate is high, because our World Bank paying and I'm free money, that probably borrowed money, then your government weighs, the cost of the money versus, what we need to do with it. But if the government made a decision, the need to spend the money, then so be it. My thing would be moving forward, the government needs to be more intentional and put more resources in 1 or 2 major areas of the president's agenda so we can see results. The other piece is when you take 8 million, 2 million, 5 million, you need to communicate with the public. What is the expectation? We're taking this money and now we're going to produce this. See? Then that way we're already educated already. And then the people who receive the money can be held accountable. When you just take the money, say for this, for that, tell what the people of Liberia can expect as a result of the extra dollar you got. I think that would be helpful as we move forward. Overall, I think the government just needs a more fiscally conservative approach as we move forward. Otherwise, the indiscipline will get the better of you, and you always spend any extra money you see spread out without the opportunity for real impact on the president's rest agenda.
Dr. Bopla, thank you very much. The question I want to ask, and maybe some of you know the answer, is this money a grant or a loan? Okay, so we're going to figure out. Vendetta, you have not spoken on this $45 million thing. I believe it's a grant. I don't think the government is paying it back. So again, Emmanuel George said we should throw free money away. I want us to put that on the record. And I can confirm that I'm here going back and forth. And I do believe, but still to be corrected, that this is a grant. We are not paying back. It's money that the World Bank gave us. If it is true, then Emmanuel George is in error that we should give the people money back, that he gave it to us free. Vendetta Patrick.
So a few things we need to clarify here. submitting a supplementary budget is guaranteed by law. Every government, current and in the past, did it before, even unaware, it happened. Under Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, it happened. In fact, it promotes transparency so that you don't receive money and say it cannot be accounted for. And I think that was one of the reasons why the lawmakers were called. Stanton, I see people trying to question 1.5 million that the Ministry of Justice is not supposed to get that money. Did you look at the 2026 budget? A whole country like Liberia dealing with wide range of injustices in the country, and the Ministry of Justice has less than $10 million or $15 million in this economy. Where do we find justice? Just recently, when our people were displayed, when that guy in Guinea threatening the territorial integrity of our country, where we're only hoping on God, then somebody is trying to spend to make sure that these things are addressed. They won't have a problem. Stanton, Liberia has 176 border entry points. Only 46 has immigration officers. 130, anybody can go in and come back. You are aware about the drugs entering the country from anywhere. We are sitting on a time bomb, not because we are in a city where a few police officers all around here. That money, we should be thinking about how the Ministry of Justice can get good money, not just for border patrol or defend something, but what about those people who are languishing behind bars? There are no lawyers. The cases are on the docket. And justice delay is justice denied. We are not even looking at that. Go in the interior parts of the country. You see people languishing behind bars. Because with our money, you cannot effectively and robustly dispense justice. So I appreciate the World Bank, whether it's a credit or whether it's a grant, but I think this country needs to progress effectively. Where we are now, CEO, I can only say to you, we are surviving. I'm not too sure whether we are living because the problems are many. Every single day, and the other day, the guy reported from LOFA, in conclusion, every single day, one human being sitting somewhere threatening us as if we are kids in this country. I mean, for me, it's a serious problem.
Thank you very much. I want to say to you on the radio land, we will be leaving you because indeed it's 11:37 in Liberia. We'll remain here on air for the next 23 minutes to complete the show, which of course is going to take us to 12 a.m. So on behalf of the Spoon Network, all those of you that follow us on Super, on Fabric, on Voice of Liberia, on Spoon, we will be leaving you, but we are still on social media by means of Facebook and YouTube. We want to say thank you very much, Dama Slanger. Yes, indeed, we do appreciate the entire network for giving us this time to have a Spoon Talk. Thank you very much, Dama, and have a good night. Guys, let me move on to Winter Russell. Well, Brother Russell, let me read this again, and maybe folks are forgetting. This is very important. I can get mad with this government, but seeing the way in which they have outlined this money, I think it's very, very $7.16 million to infrastructure and basic services. We are talking about $500,000 to agriculture, $11.4 million to public administration, $10.9 million to health sector, which is very, very important, $7.3 million to education sector, $600,000 to defense for recruitment and equipment, $2.5 million to NSA. You include joint security in that bracket, $1.5 million to Minister of Justice, of course. This is a big deal when we, all of the 45 million, put in 4.6 million on national security, 7.3 on education, and we can go around that. I mean, how can, if it is true that this money is a grant, why would Emmanuel George tell us to give it back? And we sit here saying we are spending the money on wisely. Brother Russell, talk to us.
Thank you, Stanton. I take a different position. would not recommend or advocate for the money to be given back because the money is desperately needed. But I think I appreciate what Dr. George may have been coming from, that we have to be, accountable, and we have to be disciplined in how we are spending money, how we allocating the money, because even though it's a grant, we still have to account for it. We still have to do right by the people. So all of what has been happening in the country. So I can appreciate that. But having said that, I wouldn't advocate for the money to go back because it is desperately needed to strengthen a lot of the areas that you talked about. Education, it needs a lot of funding. We see the deplorable conditions of our schools. We need massive infusion of resources there to try to turn things around in the education department. Agriculture, of course, is critically important to the country, and agriculture is part of the president's arrest agenda. So I'll also put that, and of course that the justice. I think you said $1.5 million going to the Justice Department, the Ministry of Justice, and I imagine a huge chunk of that is going to go to the police. And the police have been making a lot of strides, so they need some resources to try to continue to keep crime low, to continue to help to support law enforcement. So all of the areas that and of course the prison system, we know how deplorable the prison system is. I mean, we need more prison built in the country. But what we have now at the Monrovia Central Prison, I've spoken about this before, based on some visits from folks here in the States, and even they have been there, and they have highlighted how dismally deplorable conditions are at the station, so at the prison and the jails around the country. So I can see where this money can be utilized, Stanton. And we need it. I mean, I agree with a number of the panelists around who have some concerns. I share those concerns because I think, what is an existential threat to the country is corruption. I mean, corruption in how money is being spent. I mean, it's a big deal, So, I mean, a lot of folks are concerned. You're getting more money in. I mean, these guys are just the people who are managing these funds. I mean, typically, and it's shown all over the place how corrupt they are. So I can understand all of that. But if it's a grant, if you're saying that this is a grant, I think we can utilize these funds to help out a lot of these sectors that need help. Stanton, agriculture, education, health, the healthcare system. A huge infusion of cash in the healthcare system is desperately needed. Now, how it's going to be allocated, and who's going to keep an eye and to ensure that the money is spent wisely and appropriately, I think that's a concern, or maybe a conversation for another day. But I would not send the money back. I would keep the money and try to put it into strengthening all of the different sectors and the areas that you're talking about.
Stanton, I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
So the World Bank offer low, sometimes even zero interest loans, but the World Bank also offer grants, to developing countries, which will qualify. Do you know though whether this $40 million budgetary supplement was a low interest loan or is it a grant? I was trying to search the information.
So I just inquire. I just reach out to our folks out there, and they confirm that it's a grant.
It's a grant?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they confirm that.
I'm looking over for it to make sure that it's a grant, and I'm not finding it.
I'm listening again. I just spoke to
some of our sources. I don't want to call the position.
Right. Okay, that's fine. If it's a grant, then we're in a much better place.
When I ask the question whether it's a grant or loan, they confirm. They say it's a grant. I mean, I'm going to go ahead and let me just leave it before I call somebody name. But they say it's a grant. That's what we're
Very
If
good.
they're lying to me,
That's much better.
They are saying it's a grant. Let me bring in Jefferson Chelsea. Jeff, let's hear you on this 45 million issue.
Yes, Stanton, but I just want to speak to the besides you said the word 40 million came from the World Bank, right? And there's another, I think 5 million from somewhere.
It's a 5 million. It's a surplus that is spoken about. Yeah.
So I want to speak to that 5 million first. And if the 5 million is surplus, in my mind, it shows that the government is financially indisciplined. How can you have, and grossly indisciplined too, how can you have 5 million surplus when you are not paying civil servants? You have a 5 million surplus according to you, you cannot pay the lawmakers. 5 million surplus, and you cannot even pay your road contractors. So how come you got surplus? Government can take pay. You pay one entity, wait after 2 weeks before you pay the other entity. I mean, what sense does that make? This is why we will continue to say that the government is indisciplined, grossly indisciplined. You cannot have extra money and then you suffer the ordinary Liberians. That means you intentionally refuse to pay the ordinary Liberians. And that shows that the government has no interest in the people. Instead, they are concerned about removing Yeke, and they are concerned about putting more money to the executive, to the president and the vice president, and putting more money to the NSA that they can go back and take it from there. So this shows the priority of the government. It shows that the entire rescue government priority is strictly about themselves, putting money into their own pockets and leaving the ordinary Liberians, the civil servants, unpaid after they've worked for days. In fact, I remember they lied to us that the government will be paid 2 times a month, and you can't even pay a government employee once a month. You pay one entity, you leave it, you wait for days, you pay some people here and there. That's unfair to the ordinary Liberians, to the civil servants. To even tell us that you have surplus in your budget and you bring it in now to use it for security reasons. I mean, it's crazy. It's wickedness on the part of this government. It shows that the government interest is simply about themselves. It's not about the people.
All right, thank you very much. Again, want to say thank you, Jefferson Chelsea. Paul, have you spoken on this? Paul, can you please?
Yeah, thank you.
You want us to put your book picture up? You keep on sending it to me. Is that why you send it to me, Paul? Put it up.
I want to speak to the issue we are discussing, reference setting chapter. My book was not big enough, but we'll talk about the book. So, Senator, from the beginning of this year, when the 1.2 billion was published as a budget, I spoke that budget would not be attained as far as the revenue component was. If you go back to the tape, it will tell you. I knew there was going to be a recast and that there were going to be supplementary budgetary allocation from everywhere to make sure that that budget of the 1.2 billion was supported.
But this is not recast, though.
Supplementary budget.
It's just additional money. It's not recast. So
it's not recast. I've just listed one of several things that will have happened, right? So the supplementary budget, under our law, is within the president's purview. Don't let anybody tell you it is a wrong thing. Every government look to supplement budget when their revenue shortfall, when there are emergencies like we have now with the Guinea era, or when there are new priorities of government where those priorities were not captured under the original budget that was drafted and sent over. But our question now should not be, here's the concern. We have 1.2 billion that about 80% of went directly to recurring expense. And I hear, Senator, you did very well distributing where the money is going. Is that money going for the program development, or is it also going to just fall on our salaries? Because if all government is doing, Stanton, is looking for money to pay people, and I heard Jeff talking about there are some people who have still not been paid. If that is correct, then I'm almost certain that some of this new supplementary budget now that's going will be allocated towards salary. But here's the thing, Senator, just last week we heard that a single mining company is getting about 1.6 billion annually in our country from our mining resources.
And let me leave you a bit because we didn't bring it up today and thank you. But Paul, I know you stayed in flat, right? The B Mountain people met President Barker before he left and Jeremiah Cohn. We are gathering more information to discuss it tomorrow. It's a big story and we'll have no interruption. So I don't want us to miss them too because it's a huge big story. We'll talk about it.
So let me just shut up in the nutshell to say, listen, our government need to revisit their priority to see how the revenue envelope can be expended to actually fit our budgetary demands. I'm not moved when people tell me they're raising the budget to 10 billion. You want to, you can even raise it 25 billion. Are you able to raise revenue to fit into your budgetary allocation? That's my concern. When the government can tell me I have raised 1.2 billion in revenue, I will stand there, I will be clapping. Forget the budget. The budget is just a projected plan of what you want to do with money. It is not the money. It's the tools of how the money will be used. What the real concern should be is how are we expanding our revenue envelope to meet our budget needs. And this is what our government have really not been able to do. Because what they are doing is just collecting money, fixing car, buying car, paying payroll. And less than 20% of the annual budget goes towards a public sector. So we need to stop the leakage in spending. Government spending too much and not moving the money towards directed, intentional spending for development.
Thank you.
Have tools, which is the arrangement development. Let them how the budget aligns.
Let me say this, and while we close the show, we're going to stop this fire by faith, leaning on the Lord. Don't forget, tomorrow we're having a wonderful show again, and we say thank you, all of you, for coming in. This is a grant. I believe Liberian government can raise the budget 1.2 change billion dollars, and I think they are on track to do that. Our bidon got fine that is attending the spring break meeting here, or they call it the spring cleaning meeting, whatever you call it. But they can raise that amount of money, the 1.2 billion dollars. We're talking about B Mountain. B Mountain is to bring in a lot of good money, plenty of money too. If you follow the track, everything that was put in there, they should be bringing in that money. So if President Barker is looking at every avenue and taking everything given to him, I'm going home tonight very disappointed, fully, that my brother Emmanuel George said we should give the free money back to World Bank. So for my closing, I would say to every Liberian, look at Emmanuel George, he's a Nigerian, he's not from Liberia. He wants us to give the money back. The man talk about all his life in Nigeria. The people say they will give a free $40 million. My dear brother and friend Emmanuel George, so we should give it back. Amen. So I will beg everybody, forgive him. I will forgive my brother Emmanuel George. This money is being used wisely. The best thing the government can do to take and make sure that it is used wisely. So I appreciate the president's effort that he will put this money. As of October 2022, the Minister of Finance and Development Planning, Augustin Koyegafwan, has revealed that the World Bank is on the verge of providing and approving $40 million grant to the Liberian government in November or December to support its national budget. It's a grant. This is what was reported, And this is what was said by Augustine Gafuan. He spoke on the state radio on Thursday, October 17, 2024. That Minister Gafuan underscored the importance of receiving these forms. It was delayed. It was coming. It was delayed. It came now. Then Emmanuel said, "We'll give it back." So for me, I finished up by leaving the show tonight. If you want to say against it, for me, I'm leaving because it hurts my feeling that we're receiving free money under this constraint. If the government get it, you'll complain. The government get it, you'll complain. Say, what kind of wahala be this one now? That Richardson talk to your small cousin for us. What kind of thing will I see in this guy? What kind of opposition are these? That Richardson?
No, I really think that Dr. George was right by questioning whether the money is a grant or whether it's a loan. I think that all reasonable Liberians on this show or listening to us should do that because we know that historically the World Bank has given us.
But it's a grant, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, and I think Samafini. Eh? Okay.
But it's a grant. I want you to know that it's a grant, though.
Yes, but it's reasonable. I'm not going to beat on.
Do you think we should get it back, like your cousin said? We should get the money back.
I'm not going to answer your question because you're fishing for something. I know you so well.
I'm not answering my question because she's protecting her cousin. My Liberian people, you see, the family reunion we have here, and Winfred Russell will come too because Winfred Russell cousin-in-law. So these are the three people that get in this situation. Yeah. But guys, I'm done. You can say, "Oh, that
the thing about this is to be honest, is there anything that is free in life? Can I ask you? Is there anything that is free in life? They give us grant.
Yes,
okay?
yes. There's something that is free in life.
What is maybe your salvation, perhaps, right? If you want to tell me that.
The woman have changed to be religious tonight. She said, "My salvation is free." My salvation wasn't free. Jesus paid.
Jesus died for it.
Well, yes. Well, he already paid for it, so that's why it's free. Okay, but let me just continue what I'm saying. Okay, I'm trying to tell you that it's a shame that it took our government. Okay, because I'm listening. Education that was supposed to be a priority that is on the rest agenda.
$7.3 million going to education.
Yes, they added. That should have been, instead of taking money and using it on paying people in the legislature or paying executive members, that should have been the first thing. Agriculture, education.
So which one are you talking about? They gave education 7.3. Then you said a bad thing?
Yes, I'm saying it's a bad thing because it should have been there. You should have not waited for people to come get us.
It's additional fund, Dr. Richardson.
I don't think it should be in our mindset as Liberians. We shouldn't be waiting for additional fund before we improve education. Should we be waiting for additional fund before we improve healthcare, education, agriculture? No, I don't think so. I think that will just be digging hole and covering hole, as you know, if we continue to do that. So I'm finished. I'm done closing.
So if we get more money on the side, we want to add money to agriculture?
Well, you missed my point. You are missing my point. We should be originally in the budget. The budget originally.
And we do have money in the budget for agriculture, though.
We do, but the agriculture and education, they are the least. Actually, look at the budget in the past.
And that's why we're adding more money to them.
Well, why should it be the least? Why should we have not done this originally?
Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
Thank you. Thank you.
I know Musability, political leader Musability will do better when he wins the 2029 election. I want to say thank you for joining us, Dr. Francine Chinua Richardson, Russell cousin-in-law, Emmanuel George cousin. Thank you very much. Fubi Henry, thank you as always for joining us, my friend. Emmanuel George, as always, we appreciate you. Winfred Russell, we saw you on the campaign trail, man. You're doing extremely well. It's on the bicycle, everything. We'll continue to monitor and watch you. Bring us up to speed now with the Lone Star game. Are they still playing? Are they coming? Well, I mean, what's up with that?
Yeah, they're still coming. Lone Star is coming to the great state of Minnesota to celebrate July 26th here. On Sunday, they will be playing the MLS team from 5 p.m. at the Allianz Field in St. Paul, Minnesota. So all roads will be leading here, Stanton. So Lone Star will be here.
If you go there when
great.
those start
But we hope to
when the
come
July
on. We hope to
26th,
come on
yeah, you can
soon.
come out. I want to say to everybody though, the July 26th something, you got nowhere to go to Minnesota. Russell can program. Woo. Russell will program for you. Seriously. And imagine July 26th, July, August, September, October, November. Russell get 4 more months to be bachelor, so you know it will be good. Yeah? Because November 26, 2026, he will be getting married. I want to see. That gave Emmanuel Jones chance to clarify himself. It may get him fair. If I clarify himself, then we'll go home.
Oh, Stanton, I have been baking fire for a long time, so getting fair will not be part of my emotion on this show. Yeah, for the fire. Look, Liberian people, let me tell you about this money. $1.3 million going to school feeding program. $1.7 million going to volunteer teacher enrollment. $3.271 million going to fill the additional gap that they have not filled in the payroll. All those monies are just called a recurring expenditure. For us to be a serious nation, this backup mentality, expect people money to make us to grow, we must stop it.
Thank you.
So I agree with my brother Stanton. You want to get 40 million, bring it, everybody bring free money. There's nothing free in politics. Nothing is free. So my stance is that this government announced to us that it had a surplus in 2025. We should have started removing ourselves from our naval stream from being buried under foreign interests by being a free country. We should not have, once we have developed a budget of $1.2 billion and we have surplus from 2025, we should have grown our surplus and become a fully independent country. You cannot be a sovereign country when you continuously accept people money, whether it comes to you free or whether it comes to you by loan. You can never be a serious country. Our president has flown to Ethiopia. Now, tomorrow people will discuss what he's going to do there. But I don't understand why our president will go to Ethiopia. Hopefully, it's the African Union meeting going on. You have the opportunity to be in Ethiopia. But if there's an African Union meeting, why will our president fly to Ethiopia? When we were growing up, our parents always told us, don't go keep visiting other people's houses. Why they can't come to your own house? You all have a good night. Thank you.
And again, I don't know whether maybe that's me though. Before we have a good night, I want to say thanks to all of you. All right. The president visit to Ethiopia is very unique. We'll talk about it more. They are there for very, very serious business. My brother said, well, that free money, don't take it. Bring free money. The people offer President Donald Trump $400 million airplane. Though we have Air Force One, Air Force Two, Air Force Three, Air Force Four, Air Force everything. You know what? In business, always use other people's money, but use it rightly. And you take your profit. That's the best thing. Have you ever considered yourself flipping homes?
Did you say use it rightly?
Have you ever considered yourself flipping homes? If you flip homes, you go to the bank. That's a popular, you know that. You tell the bank, say, listen, I seen a home for $1.something million. I will take this loan. You get that money, you do a nice TLC, you sell the home, you get the bank of money, you take your profit. Easy. And that's what we do. If World Bank decide to give us $40 million free, please don't listen to my brother Emmanuel George. Even when Mr. Cummings become president today, he will still take free money till he can get on his feet. Liberia needs to get on her feet. These helps are necessary. We should take it. We should use it wisely. And to you out there, continue listening to Spoon Talk. Continue following us. We make the conversation juicy. We make it sweet for a better Liberia. Always think Liberia. Love Liberia. Together, we can build a beautiful Liberia. God bless you. Have a good night.
1 second, Stanton.
I couldn't close my man. We're done. We're going back. We're going. We're finished.
But you told me you were going to talk 1 minute. But 1 second.
Okay, go ahead, Chief. Sorry. Go ahead.
So there's a particular chapter in my book, the African child, born potential, blocked by design, that speaks of our position in the global economy. That it talks about debt, dependency, and a stricken economy or national choice. Then it talks about aid, investment, and the illusion of partnership. We sit down as a country, we think, you know what, let's take money from wherever we can get it to build our country. But some of these money centers really don't come for free. The economy, most of you economists will know that there is no free. Anything that comes has some string attached to it that comes. So my book is coming up this. I mean, it's a very good read. Thanks to Dr. Emmanuel Joy for his peer viewership and a couple of the colleagues here. I will really be looking forward to it. We already got speaking engagement arranged at a few universities around the U.S. and we'll launch it in the U.S. But we'll also we'll come to have it launching like that. So I just want to throw back it. Look,
how much for a copy? How much for a copy?
The publisher is still in publish, and the publishers and are working on the final contract for the range, but it will be affordable. Center, guarantee you that it will be affordable. It has a lot of live and learn experience from the position of an African myself and other Africans around the world.
Thank you very much. There you have it. Once it's ready, we'll try to purchase it. We'll be there for the signing ceremony, the African child, but our own brother, our own friend, Paul Kennedy from Bapolu, Liberia. I want to say thank you. I hope he's not talking about double G in that book, because it will make no sense to talk about double G in that book. Thank you very much, folks. Fubi.
Elite Jefferson just a good day, my brother.
Jefferson, it's good to have you, my friend. Guys, have a wonderful evening. As always, we want to appreciate you coming on Spoon today. It's been a good day. I hope your day was blessed and our conversation here was wonderful. If we miss anything, please don't forget, come back. Let's have a wonderful, wonderful conversation no more. Forgive us if we offend you any which way. This is Liberia we are talking about. Always think Liberia, love Liberia. Together we can build a wonderful country. I say to you, sometimes we get mad with the government. It's the right thing to do. But sometimes we appreciate the government because the government is at least trying in some ways. But if you and I can agree, we can build a better government. It is not all lost, not at all, but we are trying. Whether Jose Yaman Barker, Mr. Cummings, George Manawia, Clarence Mulba, Sima Freeman, Musa Hassan Bedete, I believe all these gentlemen and those women that will come along, they believe in one thing, a better Liberia, and together we can help them or help ourselves to build a better Liberia. So we encourage you, be part of the conversation. Don't give up. Don't feel hopeless. Keep the faith, keep the hope. Liberia, you must enjoy Liberia before you depart this earth. So I want to say to you, thank you, Ellen L. Johnson. I don't know who make you visit 2 weeks. You've been on Facebook carrying on. You got to stop. Let the people talk, and you just be you. You know you have your brother here. We love you, Ellen Johnson, and we wish you well. Fede Bala, as always, thank you for joining us. Happy anniversary to you. We wish you all the best, Fede Bala, as you celebrate your anniversary. Joseph Kai, thank you for joining us, Joseph. To our brother Mike Jabate, I think you're celebrating your birthday today. Happy birthday to you, Mike Jabate. Samuel Hollywood, it's good to see you, Samuel. As always, we say thank you for being part of the show. Gloria Kou Vocal Mobile, we recognize you. Hassan Kroma, we recognize you. We say thank you. Joseph, as always, we say thank you for being part of this great network. Continue to follow, continue to share, continue to be part of this Spoon family. Till we meet again, may God bless you, may God keep you, may God save our country. One love, peace, and good